Hello and happy Monday. My name is Mr. Tony. I am the BHP Behavior Health Professional here at Westgate Elementary. And today we are going to be starting off with Read Across America. I am going to be reading the story of the Gruffalo. This is by Julia Donaldson and pictures by Axel Scheffler. Hey, a quick question. Do you guys have a favorite book? My favorite book as a kid when I was growing up is very confidential. You can't know about it. But ask me in the hallways and I will tell you one of my favorite stories while I'm growing up. Good morning, pre-K. Good morning, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade. We are going to get started with the story, The Gruffalo. A mouse took a stroll through the deep, dark wood. A fox saw the mouse, and the mouse looks good. Where are you going to, little brown mouse? Come and have lunch in my underground house. It's terribly kind of you, fox, but no. I'm going to have lunch with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? He has terrible tusks and terrible claws and terrible teeth and terrible jaws. Where are you meeting him? Here by these rocks. And his favorite food is roasted fox. I don't know, guys. I don't know. That Gruffalo looks pretty scary. Pretty scary indeed. On went the mouse through the deep dark wood. An owl saw the mouse, and the mouse looked good. Where are you going to, little brown mouse? Join me for tea in my treetop house. It's frightfully nice of you, owl, but no. I'm going to have tea with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? Oh my gosh. I don't know what's going on, but I think these other animals are pretty hungry. I think they're going to try to eat this mouse. What do you guys think? He has knobby knees and turned out toes and a poisonous wart at the end of its nose. Where are you going to meet him? Here by this stream. And his favorite food is owl ice cream. Owl ice cream? To whip, to whoo! Goodbye, little mouse, and away owl flew. Silly old owl, doesn't he know? There's no such thing as a Gruffalo. The owl flying away, he looks pretty scared. He looks pretty scared. On with the mouse through the deep dark wood. A snake saw the mouse, and the mouse looked good. Where are you going, little brown mouse? Come for a feast in my log pine house. It's wonderfully good of you, snake, but no. I am feasting with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? That mouse seems pretty sneaky, but I like it. I like that he's sneaky. He doesn't want to get eaten. His eyes are orange. His tongue is black. He has purple prickles all over his back. Where are you meeting him? Here, by this lake. And his favorite food is scrambled snake. Speaking of all this food, I am getting pretty hungry. All right, I wouldn't eat a mouse, but I am still hungry. What's your favorite food, by the way? All right, cool. Scrambled snake, it's time I hid. Goodbye, little mouse, and away snake slid. Silly old snake, doesn't he know there's no such thing as a Gruffalo? Can you guys say that? Gruffalo? Gruffalo. But who is this creature with terrible claws and terrible teeth in his terrible jaws? He has knobby knees and turned out toes and a poisonous wart at the end of his nose. His eyes are orange, his tongue is black. He has purple prickles all over his back. Making sure it's not me. Oh, help. Oh, no. It's a Gruffalo. All right, that looks pretty scary. I'm not even going to lie. My favorite food, the Gruffalo said, you'll taste good on a slice of bread. Uh-oh, so now the mouse is meeting the Gruffalo. So I think that Gruffalo might have been real. Let's see. Good, said the mouse. Don't call me good. I'm the scariest creature in the deep, dark wood. Just walk behind me and soon you'll see everyone is afraid of me. Oh, sure, said the Gruffalo, bursting with laughter. You lead the way and I'll follow after. They walked and walked until the Gruffalo said, I hear a hiss in the grass ahead. That's a hiss. I wonder who it could be. It's Snake, said the mouse. Why, Snake, hello. Snake took one look at the Gruffalo. Oh dear, he said, goodbye, little mouse, and slid right into his log pile house. You see, said Mouse, I told you so. Amazing, said the Gruffalo. They walked some more till the Gruffalo said, I hear a hoot, 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 hoot in the tree ahead. Oh, I remember this one. It's Owl, said the mouse. Why, Owl, hello. Owl took one look at the Gruffalo. Boo-hoo, he said. Goodbye, little mouse, and flew right up his treetop house. You see, said Mouse, I told you so. Outstanding, said the Gruffalo. They walked some more, and the Gruffalo said, I hear some paws on the path ahead. All right. So we had the snake, we had the owl. All right, what is next? It's Fox, said the mouse. Why, Fox, hello. Fox took one look at the Gruffalo. Oh, help, he said. Goodbye, little mouse, and ran right into his underground house. The mouse said, Gruffalo, now you see, everyone is afraid of me. But now his tummy is starting to rumble. And my favorite food is Gruffalo crumble. Gruffalo crumbled, the Gruffalo said, and quick as the wind, he turned and fled. I don't know, this mouse is pretty smart, just like all the students at Westgate. I know you guys are pretty smart too. All was quiet in the deep, dark wood. The mouse found a nut, and the nut was good. Again, my name is Mr. Tony, and I have read The Gruffalo by Julia Donaldson and illustrated by Axel Scheffler. Thank you for your time, and have a great Monday, and thank you for joining me for Read Across America Day.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Mr. Jimenez. I'm so excited to be here with you today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as a school support specialist here at Westgate, and I'm with Boys Town, and I love reading to you guys and sharing that joy. So today I will be reading Oh, the Places You'll Go. This book is about the places you'll go, different adventures, and looking into our future. And I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. This book is by Dr. Seuss, and it is a classic. So let's get into it. Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Congratulations, today is your day. You're off to great places, you're off and away. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own, and you know what you know, and you are the guy who'll decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. About some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not so good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there, in the wide open air. Out there things can happen, and frequently do, to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along, you'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up, you'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers who soar to high heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed. You'll pass the whole gang and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll do the best of the best. Wherever you go, you will top all the rest. Except when you don't. Because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say so, but sadly it's true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You can get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. When you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself, it's not easily done. You will come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lighted, but mostly they're dark. A place you could sprain both your elbow and chin. Do you dare to stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go, should you turn left or right? Or right and 3/4, or maybe not quite? Or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up his mind. You can't get so confused that you'll start into race down long wiggled roads and at a breaking neck pace and grind down for miles across weirdish wild space, headed, I fear, toward a most useless place, the waiting place. Four people just waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or a no, or waiting for their hair to grow. Everyone is just waiting. Waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not you. Somehow you'll escape all that waiting and staying. You'll find the bright places where boom bands are playing. With banner flip-flapping, once more you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky, ready because you're that kind of guy. Oh, the places you'll go. There's fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame. You'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too, games you can't win, because you'll play against you. All alone, whether you like it or not. Alone will be something you'll be quite a lot. And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet some things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that can scare you so much you won't want to go on. But oh, you will go. Though the weather be foul, on you will go. Though your enemies prowl, on you will go. Though the hacking cracks crowl, onward up many a frightening creek. Though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far, and face up to your problems, whatever they are. And will you succeed? Yes, you will indeed. 98.75% guaranteed. Kid, you'll move mountains. So, be your name Buxbaum or Bixby or Bray or Mordecai, Ali, Van, Allen, O'Shea. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. So, thank you for reading along with me today. Keep experiencing new books because reading can take you anywhere. Today, it took us to some scary places. It took us to some high mountains. Enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon and happy Read Across America Day. Once again, The book I read was Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Selin Ramirez, and I'm so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon by Red Cross America. I work at the Mandel Public Library as a librarian, and I'll be sharing my joy of reading with you. Today, I'll be reading The Big Cheese by the author Jory Jones and Pete Oswald. It's a little story about a big cheese that has big ideas. They call me Cheese, the big cheese. Oh, say it with me, please. The big cheese. And you better believe it. Wherever I go, I cause a fuss. Heads turn, jaws drop, gasps are audible. That's why they call me Cheese. Oh, say it with me, please. The big cheese. And you better believe it. How did I get to be such a good, or maybe I should say good reputation? Well, I wasn't always a big shot. I grew up on a crowded platter in a tiny kitchen. I was an unremarkable little curd. We lived quiet lives, but I wasn't happy with the status quo. Oh no. I wanted to make a big old name for myself. So I resolved to become the big cheese. I wanted the praise, the cheers, the spotlight, the attention, the ovations, the celebrations. I set to work, and before long, I was on the fast track to success. I dressed to impress. I shredded the competition. I stole every show. And then I dragged non-stop to anyone who'd listen. Hey, did you see me score that goal while I was literally yawning? What was the secret to my success? Well, I stuck to the things I was good at. That way, I couldn't possibly fail. Did it get a little boring, never trying new things? I suppose, but it didn't matter as long as everyone agreed that I was, oh, say it with me please, the big cheese. But then, one fateful day, I met Wedge. He was new in town, and he seemed to be the exact opposite in every way. He was quiet, I was loud. He was shy, and I was bold. While I dominated conversations, he kept to himself. I didn't pay him much attention, because why would I? I was too preoccupied with being at the center of my universe. But then, without warning, everything changed. Here's what happened. Every summer, our tiny village staged an all-day cheese cathathon. Guess who had first place trophies from the last 6 years? Oh, say it with me, please. The big cheese. And you better believe it. This year's opening ceremony started at 5 a.m. sharp. I was fully primed and prepared to prevail. First up was the foot race, and I sipped into the lead. Within seconds, though, there was someone at my heels. I could hear his breath, the pitter, patter of his little feet. It was Berch. I could not believe it. Oh, he was fast. Not just fast, but skilled, disciplined. He paced himself. We were neck and neck for most of the race, but then I slipped on a pebble. Berch swerved, sped up, and beat me by a nose. A cheese nose. For the first time, I'd come in second. Oh, the indignity. But there was no time to sulk because the next leg of competition had already started. It was a game of chess. Before I could blink or think, Berch had taken my king in 4 moves. And while I was busy protesting, he'd already moved on. The following events were a blur of loss after humiliating loss. It turned out that Berch was quite excellent at everything. Even when he won, though, he didn't gloat. He was so humble. It was odd. It was disconcerting. It was absolutely baffling. Finally, I watched in dismay as Berch trounced me one last time, and the day came to a bitter end. Well, bitter for me at least. I went through every possible emotion. Oh, no! Boo! Until I finally exhausted myself. And as I lay on the muck, I heard a thunderous voice making the dreaded announcement. First place goes to newcomer Berch Wetchman. And the crowd roared its approval. What had just happened? It was honestly hard to fathom. I closed my eyes. Suddenly, inexplicably, I felt a sense of calm come over me. I listened to my breathing, to the steady beating of my heart. Yes, I had lost again and again and again. But after all, I actually felt okay. Relieved even. I suddenly knew that my world wasn't going to crumble. I picked myself up, I dusted myself off, and I headed home. Before too long, I spotted Berch. He wasn't busy celebrating or bragging. He was just watching the stream, and he looked content. We chatted for a bit. It turned out that Berch had a fascinating life story, and I found myself getting caught up in great conversation. A conversation that wasn't all about me. That day, I realized something. Maybe it didn't matter if I wasn't the best at everything. In fact, perhaps it was healthy for me to lose once in a while. And sure, my ego was bruised in the short term. But over time, I gained some perspective on what's really important. Losing taught me about empathy and humility. It showed me that I'd become so focused on winning that I was missing out on the joy of participating. And it helped me see that I can live with defeat, even if I get a bit angry or frustrated at first. These days, I'm trying not to worry about whether I win or lose. I don't have to impress everyone all the time. I let others have the spotlight. And I've taken up new hobbies just for me. Yes, I'm trying to do better. So now, when I brag about something, well, I mostly brag about my friends. Whoa! Did you see that? What a move! Because it turns out that anyone from a crumb of Anzola to a fleck of feta to an unassuming wedge of brie oh, say it with me, please, can be the big cheese. And you better believe it. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring books because things can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon and happy Read Across America Day.
Good morning, Westgate. My name is Mrs. Metroka, and I am your school librarian. I'm going to be reading just for a few minutes while we're waiting on our next reader to arrive. We are going to be reading just a few pages from our favorite Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I know you guys love this book. It's written by Jeff Kinney. And let's just say, it's better than the movie. September. On Tuesday. First of all, let me get something straight. This is a journal, not a diary. I know what it says on the cover, but when Mom went out to buy this thing, I specifically told her to get one that didn't say diary on it. Great. All I need is for some person to catch me carrying this book around and get the wrong idea. Not very nice. The other thing I want to clear up right away is that this was Mom's idea, not mine. But if she thinks I'm going to write down my feelings in here or whatever, she is crazy. So don't expect me to be all Dear Diary this and Dear Diary that. The only reason I agreed to do this at all was because I figured later on when I'm rich and famous, I'll have better things to do than answer people's silly questions all day long. So this book is going to come in handy. Gregory, tell us about your childhood. Were you always so smart and handsome? Here's my journal now, shoo shoo. Like I said, I'll be famous one day, but for now, I'm stuck in middle school with a bunch of silly kids. Let me just say, for the record, that I think middle school is the silliest idea ever invented. You've got kids like me who haven't hit their growth spurt yet, mixed in with these gorillas who are really big compared to us. And then they wonder why bullying is such a big problem. If it was up to me, grade levels would be based on height, not age. But then again, I guess that would mean kids like Chirag Gupta would still be in the first grade. Those kids do not sound very nice, do they? Today is the first day of school, and right now we're just waiting around for the teacher to hurry up and finish the seating chart. So I figured I might as well write in this book to pass the time. By the way, let me give you some good advice. On the first day of school, you've got to be real careful where you sit. You walk into the classroom and just plunk yourself down on any old desk, and the next thing you know, the teacher is saying, I hope you like where you're sitting because these are your permanent seats. Yeah. So in this class, I got stuck with Chris Hosey in front of me and Lionel James in back of me. Jason Brill came in late and almost sat to my right, but luckily I stopped that from happening at the last second. Is this seat taken? Yes. Next period, I should just sit in the middle of a bunch of girls as soon as I step in the room. But I guess if I do that, it just proves that I didn't learn anything from last year. Greg, will you pass this note to Shelley? Why, certainly. In 5th grade, the fastest runner was Ronnie McCoy. Nowadays, it's just a lot more complicated. Now it's about the kind of clothes you wear or how rich you are or if you have nice clothes or whatever. And kids like Ronnie McCoy are scratching their heads wondering what happened. The most popular boy in my grade is Bryce Anderson. The thing that stinks is that I have always been really good friends with him, but kids like Bryce have only come around in the last couple of years. But like I said, Bryce is the most popular kid in our grade, so that leaves all the rest of us guys scrambling for the other spots. The best I can figure is that I'm somewhere around 52nd or 53rd most popular this year. But the good news is that I'm about to move up one spot because Charlie Davies is above me and he's getting braces next week. We're gonna stop this book here and you can check it out from our library in Westgate if you would like to. It's called Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and if you like it, there are a lot of other books that are just like it. Like so many in this series. All right, I will be right back with another book. The next book that we're going to be reading part of is The One and Only Ivan. This is a really beautiful book written by Catherine Applegate. If you haven't read one of her books, they are the absolute best. We have a whole bunch of them. Mercy Watson is one that's great for younger kids. The One and Only Ivan is great. Tale of Despero. They're amazing. If you would like one, I am happy to show you where they are. The One and Only Ivan. There's a quote in the beginning. It says, "It is never too late to be what you might have been," by George Eliot. There's a glossary at the front. If you don't know what a glossary is, usually it tells you definitions of different words that you're going to see in the book. I'm not going to read all of them. Hello. I am Ivan. I am a gorilla. It's not as easy as it looks. Names. People call me the freeway gorilla, the ape at exit 8, the one and only Ivan, mighty silverback. The names are mine, but they're not me. I am Ivan, just Ivan, only Ivan. Humans waste words. They toss them like banana peels and leave them to rot. Everyone knows that the peels are the best part. I suppose you think gorillas can't understand you. Of course, you probably also think that we can't stand upright. Try knuckle walking for an hour. You tell me, which way is more fun? Patience. I've learned to understand human words over the years, but understanding human speech is not the same as understanding humans. Humans speak too much. They chatter like chimps, crowding the world with their noise even when they have nothing to say. It took me some time to recognize all those human sounds, to weave words into things, but I was patient. Patient is a useful way to be when you're an ape. Gorillas are as patient as stones. Humans, not so much. How I look. I used to be a wild gorilla and I still look the part. I have a gorilla's shy gaze, a gorilla's sly smile. I wear a snowy saddle of fur, the uniform of a silverback. When the sun warms my back, I cast a gorilla's majestic shadow. In my size, humans see a test of themselves. They hear fighting words on the wind, when all I'm thinking is how the late day sun reminds me of a ripe nectarine. I'm mightier than any human, 400 pounds of pure power. My body looks made for battle. My arms, outstretched, span taller than the tallest human. My family tree spreads wide as well. I am a great ape, and you are a great ape, and so are chimpanzees and orangutans and bonobos, all of us distant and distrustful cousins. I know this is troubling. I too find it hard to believe that there is a connection across time and space linking me to a race of ill-mannered clowns. Chimps. There's no excuse for them. I don't think he likes chimps very much. The Exit 8 Big Top Mall and Video Arcade. That's the chapter. I live in a human habitat called the Exit 8 Big Top Mall and Video Arcade. We are conveniently located off I-95 with shows at 2, 4, and 7, 365 days a year. Mac says that when he answers the Trilling's telephone, Mac works here in the mall. He is the boss. I work here too, and I am the gorilla. At the Big Top Mall, a creaky music carousel spins all day, and monkeys and parrots live amid the merchants. In the middle of the mall is a ring with benches where humans can sit on their rumps while they eat soft pretzels. The floor is covered with sawdust made of dead trees. My domain is at the end of the ring. I live here because I am too much gorilla and not enough human. Stella's domain is next to mine. Stella is an elephant. She and Bob, who is a dog, are my dearest friends. At present, I do not have any gorilla friends. My domain is made of thick glass and rusty metal and rough cement. Stella's domain is made of metal bars. The sun bear's domain is wood. The parrot's is wire mesh. 3 of my walls are glass. One of them is cracked, and a small piece about the size of my hand is missing from its bottom corner. I made the hole with a baseball bat Mac gave me for my 6th birthday. After that, he took the bat away, but he let me keep the baseball that came with it. Doesn't sound like a very nice place to live. A jungle scene is painted on one of my domain walls. It has a waterfall without water and flowers without scent and trees without roots. I didn't paint it, but I enjoy the way the shapes flow across my wall, even if it isn't much of a jungle. I am lucky my domain has 3 windowed walls. I can see the whole mall and a bit of the world beyond. The frantic pinball machines, the pink billows of cotton candy, the vast and treeless parking lot. Beyond the lot is a freeway where cars stampede without end. A giant sign at its edge beckons them to stop and rest like gazelles at a watering hole. The sign is faded, the color's bleeding, but I know what it says. Mac read the words aloud one day. Come to the Exit 8 Big Top Mall and Video Arcade, home of the one and only Ivan, mighty Silverback. Sadly, I cannot read, although I wish I could. Reading stories would make a fine way to fill up my empty hours. Once, however, I was able to enjoy a book left in my domain by one of my keepers. It tasted like termite. The freeway billboard has a drawing of Mac in his clown clothes and Stella on her hind legs and an angry animal with fierce eyes and unkempt hair. That animal is supposed to be me, but the artist made a mistake. I am never angry. Here's a picture of the billboard. Anger is precious. A silverback uses anger to maintain order and warn his troop of danger. When my father beat his chest, it was to say, beware, listen, I am in charge. I am angry to protect you because that is what I was born to do. Here in my domain, there's nothing and no one to protect. We're going to stop there. It says on the back that Ivan has spent 27 years behind the glass walls of an enclosure in a shopping mall, and humans are watching him. It's kind of a sad story, but it's really moving. If you want to read it, we do have it in our library. The One and Only Ivan by Catherine Applegate. I'm going to go grab one other book for us to read while we're waiting for our next reader. Next, we're going to read Stellaluna, which is one of my favorite picture books. It's about a little bat. It's written by Janelle Cannon. In a warm and sultry forest far, far away, there once lived a mother fruit bat and her new baby. Oh, how Mother Bat loved her soft, tiny baby. "I'll name you Stellaluna," she crooned. Each night, Mother Bat would carry Stellaluna clutched to her breast as she flew out to search for food. One night, as Mother Bat followed the heavy scent of ripe fruit, an owl spied her. On silent wings, the powerful bird swooped down upon the bats. Dodging and shrieking, Mother Bat tried to escape, but the owl struck again and again, knocking Stellaluna into the air. Her baby wings were as limp and useless as wet paper. Down, down she went, faster and faster, into the forest below. Poor Stellaluna. The owl is a predator. The dark, leafy tangle of branches caught Stellaluna as she fell. One twig was small enough for Stellaluna's tiny feet. Wrapping her wings around her, she clutched the thin branch, trembling with cold and fear. "Mother," Stellaluna squeaked, "where are you?" By daybreak, the baby bat could hold on no longer. Down, down, again, she dropped. Flump! Stellaluna landed headfirst in a soft, downy nest, startling the 3 baby birds who lived there. Stellaluna quickly clambered from the nest and hung out of sight below it. She listened to the babble of the 3 birds. "What was that?" cried Flap. "I don't know, but it's hanging by its feet," chirped Flitter. "Shh, here comes Mama," hissed Pip. Oh my gosh, you guys, Stellaluna landed with who? Who is that? She landed with the birds. What are they going to do to her? Many, many times that day, Mama Bird flew away, always returning with food for her babies. Stellaluna was terribly hungry, but not for the crawly things Mama Bird brought. Finally, though, the little bat could bear it no longer. She climbed into the nest, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth. Plop! In dropped a big green grasshopper. That is not what Stellaluna eats, is it? She doesn't eat bugs. Do you remember what they were looking for at the beginning of the story? Yeah, they were looking for fruit. Stellaluna learned to be like the birds. She stayed awake all day and slept at night. She ate bugs even though they tasted awful. Her bat ways were quickly disappearing, except for one thing. Stellaluna liked to sleep hanging by her feet. Once, when Mama was away, the curious baby birds decided to try it out too. When Mama Bird came home, she saw 8 tiny feet gripping the edge of the nest. "Eek!" she cried. "Get back up here this instant! You're going to fall and break your necks. That's not what birds do they? They're just trying it out. The birds clambered back into the nest, but Mama Bird stopped Stellaluna. You are teaching my children to do bad things. I will not let you back into this nest unless you promise to obey all the rules of this house. Stellaluna promised. She ate bugs without making faces, she slept in the nest at night, and she didn't hang by her feet. Stellaluna behaved as a good bird should. All the babies grew very quickly, and soon the nest became crowded. Mama Bird told them that it was time to learn to fly. One by one, Pip, Flitter, Flap, and Stellaluna jumped from the nest. Their wings worked. I'm just like them, thought Stellaluna. I can fly too. They are similar, aren't they? But they're not quite the same. Pip, Flitter, and Flap landed gracefully on a branch. Stellaluna tried to do the same. Can she do it? I don't think so. How embarrassing. Remember, they're similar, but not the same. I will fly all day, Stellaluna told herself. Then no one will see how clumsy I am. Do you think she can fly all day? The next day, Pip, Flitter, Flap, and Stellaluna went flying far from home. They flew for hours, exercising their new wings. The sun is setting, warned Flitter. We had better go home, or we will get lost in the dark, said Flap. But Stellaluna had flown far ahead and was nowhere to be seen. The three anxious birds went home without her. All alone, Stellaluna flew and flew until her wings ached and she dropped into a tree. I promised not to hang by my feet, Stellaluna sighed. So she hung by her thumbs and soon fell asleep. She didn't hear the soft sound of wings coming near. Hey, a loud voice said, why are you hanging upside down? Stellaluna's eyes opened wide. She saw a most peculiar face. I'm not upside down, you are, Stellaluna said. Ah, but you're a bat. Bats hang by their feet. You are hanging by your thumbs, so that makes you upside down. The creature said, I'm a bat, I am hanging by my feet. That makes me right side up. Stellaluna was very confused. Mama Bird told me I was upside down. She said I was wrong. Wrong for a baby, for a bird maybe, but not for a bat. All right, it is 9 o'clock right now. I am going to check on our next reader. I'm going to put a little bookmark in our book right here so we can keep reading this in a little bit.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Officer Rodriguez, and I'm so excited to be here today as part of the Your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as the police officer on campus for the Palm Beach School Police Department, and I love sharing the joy of reading with students like you. Today, I'll be reading Brown Bear, What Do You See? This one right here. And I hope you enjoy as much as I do. Before we start, I want you to think about the book. Like, have you ever been a big adventure, or what's the funniest part of the book, or what's the book or the funniest book you ever read? Do you have a favorite book character? Keep that in mind as we read together. Okay, so let's see. Brown bear, what do you see? Brown bear, what do you see? I see a red bird looking at me. Right here. Red bird, what do you see? I see a yellow duck looking at me. Yellow duck. Yellow duck, what do you see? I see a blue horse looking at me. Blue horse, what do you see? I see a green frog looking at me. There's the blue horse. Green frog, what do you see? I see a purple cat looking at me. There it is. Purple cat, what do you see? I see a white dog looking at me. There's that purple cat. White dog, what do you see? I see a black sheep looking at me. Black sheep, what do you see? I see goldfish looking at me. There it is. Goldfish, what do you see? I see a mother looking at me. There's the mother, what do you see? I see beautiful children looking at me. Children, what do you see? There it is. What do you see? What do you see? We see a brown bear, a red bird, a green frog, a black sheep, a goldfish, a yellow duck, a purple cat, a blue horse, a white dog, and a mother looking at us. That's what we see. There it is. And that's the end. Thank you for reading along with me today, exploring new books, because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon, and happy Read Aloud America Day. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Surama Quesada y hoy les voy a leer la fábula del león y el rey. Había una vez un ratoncito juguetón que vivía feliz en una selva oscura. El ratoncito andaba siempre de un lado para otro buscando comida. Un día, mientras husmeaba por aquí y por allí, se encontró con un león enorme. El león dormía tranquilo. Por eso, el ratoncito juguetón no se asustó. Empezó a juguetear con el león, le tiró de la cola, le tiró de los bigotes, le tiró de la melena, y de pronto el león se despertó y atrapó el ratoncito entre sus garras. El león, muy enfadado, le dijo: «Ratón, ¿cómo te atreves a molestarme? Yo soy el rey de la selva». El ratoncito le rogó: «Ay, perdón, rey de la selva, yo nunca más te volveré a molestar». El ratoncito ya no se sentía tan juguetón. Estaba muy asustado y dijo: «Si me sueltas, nunca lo voy a olvidar. Y si algún día necesitas mi ayuda, yo, sin falta, vendré corriendo a ayudarte». El león escuchó las palabras del ratoncito y se rió. «Ja, ja, ja, ja. ¡Qué ratoncito más ocurrente! ¿Cómo es que te imaginas que yo te voy a necesitar a ti?» «¿Yo a ti? Ja, ja, ja. ¿No ves que yo soy mucho más grande que tú? Te quiero comer ahorita mismo». Pero el león no se lo comió. Las palabras del ratoncito le hicieron tanta gracia que lo soltó. El ratón no podía creer su buena suerte. Cuando vio que el león se había soltado, se alejó de allí rápidamente. Corrió más rápido que una bala. Quería desaparecer antes de que el león cambiara de opinión. Al cabo de unos días, el león iba caminando por el bosque oscuro y pisó la red de unos cazadores. Quedó atrapado en la red. Luchó y luchó para liberarse, pero no pudo. Cuanto más luchaba, más se enredaba. El león, desesperado, se puso a rugir. Rugió y rugió con esperanza de que alguien llegara a ayudarlo. De pronto oyó una vocecita. Era la del ratoncito que le decía: «Rey de la selva, ¿puedo ayudarte en algo?». El león le contestó: «No creo que tú, chiquitín, puedas ayudarme en nada». El ratoncito le respondió: «Hace unos días te dije que te ayudaría en caso de que lo necesitaras. Pues ese día ha llegado y aquí estoy. Con mis dientecitos podré roer esas cuerdas que te amarran». Y dicho y hecho, el ratoncito se puso a roer la red hasta hacer un gran agujero. El león, asombrado y muy agradecido, logró escapar de la red. Se dio cuenta de que el ratoncito había cumplido su promesa. «No sé cómo agradecerte», dijo el león. Entonces el ratón le contestó: «No he hecho más que devolverte el favor, tú, rey de la selva. Me soltaste aquel día y te prometí que algún día te ayudaría si lo necesitabas. Y eso fue lo que hice. Nada más ni nada menos». «Tienes razón», exclamó el león, «y me enseñaste una buena lección. Ahora sé que alguien tan chiquitito como tú puede ser capaz de ayudar a un grandulón como yo». Así fue como el león de la selva llegó a ser el mejor amigo de un ratoncito muy juguetón. El fin. Otro. Ahora les voy a leer Quinitos Neighborhood o el vecindario de Quinito. Mi mami es carpintera. Mi papi es enfermero. Mi abuela maneja un camión bien grande. Mi abuelo es relojero. A veces mi abuela lleva relojes de caja que no funcionan al taller de mi abuelo. Mi tía es muralista. Mi tío da clases de baile. Mi prima Tita, que ya es grande, va a la escuela para ser payasa. Su hermano, mi primo Ruperto, es dentista. Le examina los dientes a la gente. Mis vecinos Rafi y Luis Manuel salen a trabajar muy tempranito. Rafi hace el pan y Luis Manuel lo vende. La señora Hernández también vende el pan de Rafi en su bodega y su hija, Sonya Isabel, cuenta dinero en el banco de la esquina. Guillermo es cartero. Guillermo se va a casar con Sonya Isabel. Doña Estrella es costurera. Le está cosiendo el traje de boda a Sonya Isabel. El señor Gómez es el vecino de Doña Estrella. También es mi maestro. La señora Gómez es la guardia escolar. Me ayuda a cruzar la calle. Y yo también soy una persona muy ocupada. Yo tengo que decir al señor Gómez que mi mamá es carpintera y mi papá es enfermero. El fin.
I am back with the rest of Stellaluna. That was so kind of our parent volunteer to come. We're supposed to have another person at 9:30 and at 9:45, but they're not here yet. So let's go ahead and finish Stellaluna. If you missed it, so far Stellaluna had been taken from her mom by an owl attack, and she lost her mom. She landed in the nest with some birds, so she's been kind of learning how to be a bird, but I don't think she's going to be a bird for long because she just met some bats. More bats gathered around to see the strange young bat who behaved like a bird. Stellaluna told them her story. "You ate bugs?" stuttered one. "You slept at night?" gasped another. "How very strange," they all murmured. Wait, let me look at this child." A bat pushed through the crowd. "An owl attacked you?" she asked. Sniffing Stellaluna's fur, she whispered, "You are Stellaluna. You are my baby." She found her mom. "You escaped the owl?" cried Stellaluna. "You survived?" "Yes," said Mother Bat as she wrapped her wings around Stellaluna. "Come with me and I'll show you where to find the most delicious fruit. You'll never have to eat another bug as long as you live." "But it's nighttime," Stellaluna squeaked. "We can't fly in the dark or we'll crash into the trees." "We're bats," said Mother Bat. We can see in the dark. Come with us." Stellaluna was afraid, but she let go of the tree and dropped into the deep blue sky. Stellaluna could see. She felt as though rays of light shone from her eyes. She was able to see everything in her path. Soon the bats found a mango tree, and Stellaluna ate as much of the fruit as she could hold. "I'll never eat another bug as long as I live," cheered Stellaluna as she stuffed herself full. "I must tell Pip, Flitter, and Flap." I bet the birds are worried about her. They've been part of her family. The next day, Stellaluna went to visit the birds. "Come and meet my bat family," said Stellaluna. "Okay, let's go," agreed Pip. "They hang by their feet and they fly at night and they eat the best food in the world," Stellaluna explained to the birds on their way. As the birds flew among the bats, Flap said, "I feel upside down here." So the birds hung by their feet. "Wait until dark," Stellaluna said excitedly. "We will fly at night." What do you think the birds are thinking right now? When night came, Stellaluna flew away. Pip, Flitter, and Flap leapt from the tree to follow her. "I can't see a thing," yelled Pip. "Neither can I," howled Flitter. "Aye!" shrieked Flap. "They're going to crash," gasped Stellaluna. "I must rescue them." Stellaluna swooped about, grabbing her friends in the air. She lifted them to a tree, and the birds grasped a branch. Stellaluna hung from the limb above them. Birds cannot see at night. They don't have night vision. "We're safe," said Stellaluna, and then she sighed. "I wish you could see in the dark too." "Well, we wish that you could land on your feet," Flitter replied. Pip and Flap nodded. They perched in silence for a long time. "How can we be so different and feel so much alike?" mused Flitter. "And how can we feel so different and be so much alike?" wondered Pip. "I think this is quite a mystery," Flap chirped. "I agree," said Stellaluna, "but we're friends, and that's a fact." And that's the end of our story. It says there's bat notes in the end. I would love to learn more about bats. It says of the nearly 4,000 species of mammals on Earth, almost 1/4 are bats. That's a lot. The only mammals capable of powered flight. The scientific name for bats is Chiroptera, hand-winged, because the skeleton that supports the wing is composed of the animal's elongated finger bones. Wow, that is interesting. I bet that PebbleGo has some really interesting information about bats too. And Stellaluna and her mom are fruit bats, which means they eat mostly fruit. I just love that book, Stellaluna, such a classic. Okay, I'm gonna go check on our next reader and see if we have another person to read to you.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Dr. St. Victor, and I'm so excited to be here as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as a single school culture coordinator here at Westgate, and I love sharing the joy of reading with my students like you. So today, I'll be reading the book Dream Big by Dolores Jordan. This book is about Michael Jordan and his time throughout high school, okay? Before I start, I want you to think about something that you are dreaming about, something that you are very, very passionate about, okay? What's the funniest book you ever read? or maybe your favorite character in that book. Okay? So, Dream Big by Dolores Jordan, and it's about Michael Jordan. Schoolwork always came first, but whenever he could, Michael played, dreamed, and lived basketball. Michael took his basketball everywhere. Every day when he got off the school bus, he would dribble his basketball home. But his love for basketball made his mother tell him things like, Michael, tables are for dining, not for dribbling. Or, Michael, you may not play with your basketball in the house. And Michael, put your ball down and concentrate on your homework. Every day after school, Michael and his friends would play pickup games in Michael's backyard or at the boys' center downtown. They would see who could get 20 shots first. One afternoon, Michael was way behind, not even up to 10. Michael's best friends, Reggie and David, were near 20 points each. Michael, you better catch up, David said. Are you dreaming again? Michael and his friends often talked about what they wanted to be when they grow up. Reggie wanted to be an astronaut, and David wanted to be a pilot. Michael dreamed of playing basketball, maybe even in the Olympics. David, do you think I'll make the team when we get to high school? Michael, you love the game. The more you play, the better you'll be, David said. It's like Coach tells us. You just need to work hard and keep practicing. Michael was thinking about what David had said, and when the boys went over to his house to take some practice shots before dinner, not so fast, boys. There will be no basketball until your homework is done. Every last page, Miss Jordan called. Mom, Michael said. That's final. Now scoot. David and Reggie, see you later, Michael mumbled. Michael knew his mom meant business. Schoolwork was important to her, and it came first. Basketball was fine, but only after homework was done, and done well. Michael dragged himself to his room to work on Miss Gertrude's math homework. At school that week, all the talk was about the Olympics. The U.S. basketball team was playing in Germany, and everyone was following it. I want to play basketball, not watch it on TV, Michael told his friends. Michael thought it would be so exciting to play for the U.S. Olympic team. He dreamed of it. On Sunday, September 10th, it rained and rained. Michael was stuck inside, so he watched the Olympics on TV with his brother, Ronnie and Larry. The United States was playing basketball against Russia. It was the most exciting game Michael had ever seen, with the final score of 50-51, a loss for the United States. After the game, Michael walked into the kitchen as his mother was preparing dinner and announced, I am going to be an Olympic champion. Oh, really? His mother replied with a smile on her face, not looking up from peeling the potatoes. That's a long way off, and you're just 9. You'll need to work hard starting today to make this happen. His mother wondered if Michael had any idea of all the effort it would take to even get to try out for the team. Dreaming is good, but dreaming is just for dreamers. It's one thing to want to play in the Olympics, Michael. It's another thing to do something about it, she told her young dreamer. Mom, I am a dreamer, but I am a winner too. You better get busy then. You'll be old enough to try out before you know it. Coach Herring, can I talk to you? Coach always had given Michael a high five in the hallways, but still had taken Michael weeks to get up to the nerve to ask him. I really want to play on the U.S. Olympic team. What can I do to get there? To start, you need to try out for the middle school team. It's a lot of pressure, and it'll be a lot of hard work. But nothing like the pressure in the Olympics. Can you handle it? I mean, deep down, can you handle it? And do you really want it? I promise to work my hardest, and to make it happen, Michael answered. Michael was ready to play for his country in the Olympics and would do whatever he needed to do to get there. Well, son, with hard work, anything is possible. Make sure you keep that promise to yourself. The next day, Michael's big brother Larry was off to Laney High School for a scrimmage. I can't promise you any playing time, but why don't you come and sit down on the bench and watch? Maybe you'll pick up some pointers and learn some new plays, his brother said. Michael noticed that he was now up to Larry's shoulder. He had grown, and so had his dream. It was time to do something about it. Larry's team was leading by 6 points when Michael was called in. Larry passed the ball to Michael, who passed it right back. Michael began to imagine himself on an Olympic team. He could see it and feel it. The ball was passed to Michael. Michael had a mean long shot, and he shot right over the head of the tallest boy on the other team. He sunk it. Mom, the final score was 14-10, and 3 points were mine. I guess you aren't just a dreamer, but a doer, Michael. And Michael never gave up after that game, not a day or even when he was cut in the trials for high school basketball. He just practiced harder and harder. Michael's dream big, and he did. In 1984 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, Michael came to Olympian for the U.S. basketball team and won his first gold medal. Somehow, he knew when he was only 9 that this is what it would be. It all started during the pickup games on the blacktop with his friends. Michael never gave up. A giant step? No. A series of small steps, day after day after day. Yes. Michael's dream became true. So dream big, work hard, and your dream will come true too. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring new books because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of the Read Aloud Marathon. So read across America today. Have a great day, Gators.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Garate. I am very excited to be here as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as an associate director for the Multicultural department at the school district of Palm Beach County, and I love sharing the joy of reading with students like you. Today, I'll be reading the book Un pez, dos peces, pez rojo, pez azul in Spanish. And I will transition to English halfway. So, before we start, I want you to think about the imagination about this book, and I want you to just open your mind to flow all the imagination that it took for the author to think about this wonderful book. Ok, empecemos. Un pez, dos peces, pez rojo, pez azul. Un pez, dos peces, pez rojo, pez azul. Este es un pez negro, este es un pez azul, este es un pez viejo, este es joven aún. Este es una estrella. Luce, mira, muchos peces pueden ver desde el carro que conduce. Si los hay azules o colorados, los hay muy jóvenes, los hay ancianos, los hay llorosos y jubilosos. Y hay algunos muy malos, porque son tristes, alegres, malos. Yo no sé, es la verdad. Pregúntale a tu papá. Unos son flacos, otros son gordos. El gordo tiene un pequeño gorro. De allá hasta acá, de acá hasta allá. Hay cosas muy chistosas en cualquier lugar. Aquí vienen
Unos, correr les divierte, correr muy felices bajo el sol caliente. No lo puedo creer, no lo puedo creer. Cuántas cosas chistosas desde aquí podemos ver. Unos tienen 2 patas, unos y 4 tienen otros. Unos tienen 6 patas y algunos más de 8. Pero ¿de dónde vienen? Yo ni me lo imagino. Apuesto que vinieron por un largo camino. Los vemos venir, los vemos partir, unos rapidísimo y otros lentísimo. Algunos van alto, otros van muy bajo, ninguno igual a los demás. No me preguntes por qué, pregúntale a tu mamá. Oye, mira tus dedos. 1, 2, 3. Dime cuántos dedos puedes ver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ¿Tienes 11? ¿No lo ves? ¿11? Vaya que bien. Yo quisiera tener 11 dedos también. Pom, pom, pom. ¿Has montado un camellón? Tenemos un camellón que tiene un solo chichón. Conocemos a un señor que se llama Don Gastón, que tiene un camellón con chichones a montón. Si quieres ir pom, 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 sí, súbete al chichón del camellón de Gastón. ¿Quién soy yo? Soy Tito Horta. No me gusta esta cama corta. Algo no funciona, algo no está bien, pues toda la noche se salen mis pies. Si me doy la vuelta, ay, por favor, mi cabeza no cabe y eso es peor. Nos gusta nuestra bici, está hecha para 3. Atrás va nuestro misi, sentado como ves. Nos gusta nuestro misi y con toda razón, si vamos cuesta arriba, nos da un buen empujón. Hola, hola, Tito Horta, dime, ¿qué ha pasado? Cuéntame, ¿cómo has estado? ¿Cómo está? ¿Tu cama corta? Anda, dime, Tito Horta. A mí no me gusta esta cama, ni un poco. Un montón de cosas llegan a lo loco. Una vaca, un perro, un gato, un ratón. Vaya qué cama, qué familión. Ay, qué horror. No puedo oírte. Acércate antes de irte. Mira en mi oreja. ¿Pudiste? Hay algo dentro. ¿Lo viste? ¿Había un pájaro en tu oído? Mas no temas, ya se ha ido. Podrás oír ya, querido. Mi sombrero se ve usado y mis dientes son dorados. Un pajarito yo tengo, mira qué bien lo sostengo. Yo tengo un pie sin zapato, ay qué frío me da el rato. Yo tengo un pie sin zapato, ay qué frío me da el rato. Un pajarito yo tengo, mira qué bien lo sostengo. Mi sombrero se ve usado y mis dientes son dorados. Y este cuento se ha acabado. Ahora, en inglés. We took a look. We saw a nook. On his head, he had a hook. On his hook, he had a book. On his book was how to cook. We saw him sit and try to cook. He took a look at the book on the hook. But a nook can read, so a nook can cook. So what good to a nook is a hook cookbook? The moon was out, and we saw some sheep. We saw some sheep take a walk in their sleep. By the light of the moon, by the light of the star, they walk all night from near to far. I will never walk, I will take a car. I do not like this one so well. All he does is yell, yell, yell. I will not have this one about. When he comes in, I put him out. This one is quiet as a mouse. I like to have him in the house. At our house, we open cans. We have to open many cans, and that is why we have a sans. A sans for cans is very good. Have you sans for cans? You should. It's a sans. I like to box. How I like to box? So every day I box a gox. In yellow socks, I box my gox. I box in yellow gox box socks. It is fun to sing if you sing with a yin. My yin can sing like anything. I sing high and my yin sings low, and we are not too bad, you know. This one, I think, is calling a yink. He likes to wink. He likes to drink. He likes to drink and drink and drink. The thing he likes to drink is ink. The ink he likes to drink is pink. He likes to wink and drink pink ink. So, if you have a lot of ink, then you should get a yink, I think. Hop, hop, hop. I am a joke. All I like to do is hope, from finger top to finger top. I hop from left to right, and then hop, hop, I hop right back again. I like to hop all day and night, from right to left and left to right. Why do I like to hop, hop, hop? I do not know. Go ask your pup. Brush, 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 brush. Come, 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 come. Blue hair is fun. To brush and come. To brush and come. All girls who like to brush and come should have a pet like this at home. Who is this pet? Say, he's wet. You never yet meet a pet, I bet, as wet as they let this wet pet get. Did you ever fly a kite in bed? Did you ever walk with 10 cats on your head? Did you ever milk this kind of cow? Well, we can do it. We know how. If you never did, you should. These things are fun, and fun is good. Hello. Hello. Are you there? Hello. I called you up to say hello. I said hello. Can you hear me, Joe? Oh no. I cannot hear your call. I cannot hear your call at all. This is not good, and I know why. A mouse has cut the wire. Goodbye. From near to far, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. These yellow pets are called the Zeds. They have one hair up on their heads. Their hair grows fast. So fast, they say they need a haircut every day. Who am I? My name is Ish. On my hand, I have a dish. I have this dish to help me wish. When I wish to make a wish, I have my hand with a big wish. Swish. Then I say, I wish for fish, and I get fish right on my dish. So, if you wish to wish a wish, you might swish for fish, wish with my ish with dish. At our house, we played out back. We play a game called Ring the Gag. Would you like to play this game? Come down. We have the only gag in town. Look what we found in the park, in the dark. We will take him home. We will call him Clark. He will live at our house. He will grow and grow. Will our mother like this? We don't know. And now, good night. It's time to sleep, so we will sleep with our pet Seep. Today is gone. Today was fun. Tomorrow is another one. Every day from here to there. Funny things are everywhere. The end. Thank you for reading along with me today. Gracias por leer conmigo. Sigamos explorando nuevos libros. Let's keep exploring new books because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Miguel. I'm so excited to be here today as part of the Read Aloud Marathon for Reading Across America. I am a volunteer part. Today I will read 2 books in Spanish. Un pato en bicicleta. Y el segundo libro es Un beso en mi mano. Un pato en bicicleta es de David Shannon. Espero les guste y comenzamos. Un pato en mi bicicleta. Un día en la granja, Pato tuvo una idea. Apuesto a que podría montar en bicicleta. Pensó, caminó hasta donde el chico había dejado la bicicleta, se subió y comenzó a pedalear. Iba tambaleándose de un lado a otro, pero era muy divertido. Pato pasó al lado de Vaca. Hola, Vaca, dijo. Mu, dijo Vaca, y luego pensó, ¿un pato en bicicleta? Esa es la cosa más tonta que he visto en mi vida. Pato pasó al lado de Oveja. Hola, Oveja, dijo. Ve, dijo Oveja, y luego pensó, se va a golpear si no anda con cuidado. Pato pedaleó con más confianza, pasó al lado de Perro. Hola, Perro, dijo. Wow, dijo Perro, y luego pensó, qué bien lo hace. Más adelante, Pato pasó al lado de Gato. Hola, Gato, dijo. Miau, dijo Gato, y luego pensó, no perdería mi tiempo montando en bicicleta. Pato tocó el timbre de la bicicleta cuando se acercó a Gallina. Hola, Gallina, dijo. Clo, clo, dijo Gallina, y luego pensó, mira a ver por dónde andas, Pato. Luego, Pato pasó al lado de Cabra. Hola, Cabra, dijo. Ma, dijo Cabra, y luego pensó, me gustaría comerme esa bicicleta. Al pasar al lado de Cerdo y Cerdo, Pato se paró encima del asiento de la bicicleta. Hola, Cerdo y Cerdo, dijo. Oink, dijeron los cerdos, y luego pensaron, Pato es un fanfarrón. Pato quitó las manos de los manibrios de la bicicleta al pasar al lado de Ratón. Hola, Ratón, dijo. Chi, dijo Ratón, y luego pensó, ojalá pudiera montar bicicleta como Pato. De pronto, el camino se llenó de niños en bicicleta. Iban tan apurados que no vieron a Pato. Dejaron sus bicicletas a un lado de la casa y entraron. Ahora todos los animales tenían bicicletas y montaron alrededor del corral. ¡Qué divertido!, dijeron. ¡Qué buena idea, Pato! Cuando terminaron, dejaron las bicicletas a un lado de la casa y nadie se dio cuenta de que una vaca, una oveja, un perro, un gato, un caballo, una gallina, una cabra, 2 cerdos, un ratón y un pato montaron en bicicleta esa tarde. Y el fin del libro. Y el siguiente libro, the next book, es Un beso en mi mano, de Audrey Penn. Para Stephanie y Rebeca Corren y todos aquellos niños en cualquier parte del mundo que aman sentirse amados. Chester Mapache se detuvo en las afueras del bosque y lloró. No quiero ir a la escuela, dijo a su madre. Quiero quedarme en casa contigo. Quiero jugar con mis amigos, jugar con mis juguetes, leer mis libros y columpiarme en el columpio. Por favor, ¿puedo quedarme en casa contigo? La señora Mapache tomó a Chester de la mano y frotó su nariz contra la oreja de su hijo. A veces todos tenemos que hacer cosas que no queremos hacer, le dijo con suavidad. Aunque estas cosas nos parezcan extrañas o nos asusten en un principio, pero la escuela te encantará una vez que comiences a ir. Harás nuevos amigos y jugarás con nuevos juguetes. Leerás nuevos libros y te cumplirás en nuevos columpios. Además agregó, conozco un maravilloso secreto que hará que tus noches en la escuela sean tan cálidas y acogedoras como tus días en casa. Chester secó sus lágrimas y la miró con interés. ¿Un secreto? ¿Qué clase de secreto? Un secreto muy antiguo, dijo la señora Mapache. Lo aprendí de mi madre. Ella lo aprendió de la suya. Se llama un beso en mi mano. ¿Un beso en mi mano?, preguntó Chester. ¿Qué es eso? Te mostraré. La señora Mapache tomó la mano izquierda de Chester y la abrió, separando sus pequeños dedos como si fuese un abanico. Se inclinó hacia adelante y besó a Chester justo en el medio de su palma. Chester sintió que el beso de su madre se precipitaba de su mano y corría por su brazo hasta llegar a su corazón. Incluso su suave máscara negra se estremeció con esa especial sensación de calidez. La señora Mapache sonrió. Ahora, dijo Chester, cuando te sientas solo y necesites un poco de cariño como el que recibes en casa, solo presiona tu mano sobre tu mejilla y piensa, mami te ama, mami te ama. Y ese mismo beso saltará hacia tu cara y te llenará de cálidos y acogedores pensamientos. Tomó la mano de Chester y con mucho cuidado envolvió el beso con sus deditos. Ahora deberás ser muy cuidadoso para que no se te pierda, bromeó. Pero no te preocupes. Te prometo que cuando abras tu mano para lavar tus alimentos, el beso permanecerá allí pegado. Chester amaba el beso en su mano. Ahora sabía que el amor de su madre estaría junto a él donde quiera que él fuese, incluso en la escuela. Esa noche, Chester se paró frente a su escuela y se quedó pensativo. De repente se volvió hacia su madre y sonrió. «Dame tu mano», le dijo. Chester tomó la mano de su madre entre las suyas y separó sus grandes dedos, ya conocidos para él como si fuese un abanico. A continuación se inclinó hacia adelante y besó el centro de su mano. «Ahora tú también tienes un beso en tu mano», le dijo. Y con suave adiós y un te amo, Chester dio media vuelta y se fue saltando de alegría. La señora Mapache vio a Chester corretear por la rama de un árbol y entrar a la escuela, mientras el búho ululaba, indicando el comienzo del nuevo año escolar. La madre de Chester presionó su mano izquierda contra su mejilla y sonrió. El calor del beso de Chester llenó su corazón con palabras especiales. «Chester te ama», murmuraba. «Chester te ama». Te amo. Esto. Okay, thank you for reading along with me today. And thank you, Westgate Elementary. Adiós.
And next we have some guest 5th grade readers. You might recognize them from the Chomp Chomp News.
Hi, my name is Yaneisy and I'm a 5th grade. I'm going to be reading Doggo and Pupper. Every night Cat asked, "How was your day, Doggo?" Every night Doggo asked the same old, same old. Then he would wink at smiling moon and say, "Could have been worse." Every dog was just like every other day. Doggo had many jobs: cook water, nap taker, bug stalker, and good walker. Crumb eater, milk reader, trash diver, and coal diver. Book holder, squirrel scolder, bear finder, and kid mitter. Tree smuggler, dream snuggler, it was important to stay hydrated, bathroom, and as well rested. Even when the humans left, Doggo kept busy. It was hard work, but sometimes had to do it. But someone had to do it. Chapter 2, and that's the end of the story.
Thank you, Nancy. You can introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Analia, and I am a 5th grader, and I am the fox party. Knock, knock, it's me, Chick. I know it's you, Chick. I can see you. What are you doing? I am reading this book. How can you be reading that book if you are talking to me? You are right, Chick. I was reading this book, and I will go back to reading it right now. Slam. Knock, knock, it's still me, Chick. May I use your bathroom? Of course you may. Thank you, Fox. Very kind of you. Tick-tock, Are you okay? Crash, thud, splash. Chick, I am coming in. Chick. What is going on in here? Can't you tell I'm having a party with my friends? In my bathroom? Oh, I see. Let's go, guys. I guess he didn't mean it when he said I could use his bathroom. Good soup. Fox are supposed to eat field mice, not carrots. I don't like to eat field mice. Foxes are supposed to eat frogs, not onions. I don't like to eat frogs. Foxes are supposed to eat moles, not potatoes. I don't like to eat moles. Foxes are supposed to eat grasshoppers, not parsley. I don't like to eat grasshoppers. Sometimes I wonder if you are a real fox. What else do you think foxes are supposed to eat? Foxes are supposed to eat chipmunks, and they're supposed to eat squirrels, lizards, and little birds. Little birds? Yes, Fox, little bird. Uh-oh. Ah. Chick, good soup. Thank you, Chick. I'm glad you don't like to eat little birds, Fox. At least not today. Sit still. This is a good spot. I will paint a nice landscape. What are you doing, Fox? I'm painting a landscape. Landscapes are boring. You should paint something more exciting. Like what? Like a portrait of me. If you sit still on that rock, I will paint you a portrait. No problem. I can sit still for as long as you want. This rock is very not soft. Of course it's not very not soft. It's a rock. I will go and get a pillow, then I will sit still on that rock. Fox, you can paint my portrait now. Just sit still, please. I am hungry. You just ate 3 bowls of soup. I will go and get a snack, then I will sit very still on that rock. How's that portrait coming? Just still, very still, please. I am thirsty. Of course you are thirsty. You ate a whole bag of potato chips. I will go and get a drink. Then I will sit very, very still on that rock. Slurp. Fox, you can finish my portrait now. I am done with my painting. You are done with my portrait. I could not paint your portrait because you did not sit still. You are a good painter, Fox. Thank you, Chick. You should paint a portrait of me one day. Great idea, Chick. One day I will. It's the end, Fox. Only for now, Chick. Thank you, and I am done. The next person will be Leah.
Hi, my name is Leah. I'm a 5th grader, and today I'm going to be reading Jabari Jumps. I'm jumping off the diving board today, Jabari told his dad. Really? Said his dad. The diving board was high and maybe a little scary, but Jabari had finished his swimming lessons and passed his swim test, and now he's ready to jump. I'm a great jumper, said Jabari, so I'm not scared at all. Jabari watched the other kids climb the long ladder. They walked all the way out to the end of the board, as big as tiny bugs. Then they stood on the edge. They spread their arms and bent their knees, and sprang up, up, up. And then they dove down, down, down. Splash! Looks easy, said Jabari. But when his dad squeezed his hand, Jabari squeezed back. Jabari stood at the bottom of the ladder. He looked up. You can go before me if you want, he told the kid behind him. I need to think about what special jump I'm going to do. Jabari thought and thought. Jabari started to climb, up and up. This ladder is very tall, he thought. Are you okay? Called his dad. I'm just a little tired, said Jabari. Maybe you should climb down and take a tiny rest, said his dad. A tiny rest sounded like a good idea. When he got to the bottom, Jabari remembered something. I forgot to do my stretches, he said to his dad. Stretching is very important, said his dad. I think tomorrow might be a better day for jumping, Jabari said. They looked up at the diving board together. It's okay to feel a little scared, said his dad. Sometimes if I feel a little scared, I take a deep breath and tell myself I am ready. And you know what? Sometimes it stops feeling scary and feels like a surprise. Jabari loves surprises. Jabari took a deep breath and felt it fill his body from the ends of his hair right down to the tip of his toes. Jabari looked up. He began to climb. Up and up and up and up. Until he got to the top, Jabari stood up straight. He walked all the way to the end of the board. His toes curled around the rough edge. Jabari looked out as far as he could see. He felt like he was ready. I love surprises, he whispered. He took a deep breath and spread his arms and bent his knees. Then he sprang up off the board, flying. Jabari hit the water with a splash. Down, down, down he went, and then back up. Whoosh. Jabari, you did it, said his dad. I did it, said Jabari. I'm a great jumper, and you know what? What? Said his dad. Surprise double backflip is next. And that's the end of Jabari Jumps. Thank you.
Hello, with Westgate Elementary. My name is Mrs. Espino, and I am so excited to be here as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as an ESL school counselor, and I love sharing the joy of reading with students like you. Today I'll be reading this book called TEK, El Niño Moderno de las Cavernas, and it's about a cave boy that has a cell phone. And the author is Patrick McDonald. TEK, El Niño Moderno de las Cavernas, de Patrick McDonald. As you can see, it's like all tablet. So we need to write the password, which is the boy's name. TEK. TEK. T-E-K. TEK. Había una vez, en una época muy remota, hace muchos, muchos años, o quizá ayer apenas, un niño de las cavernas llamado TEK. TEK era muy parecido al típico niño troglodita. Sí, tenía barba, pero en aquel entonces todos eran un poco peludos, digamos. Todos los niños de las cavernas vivían en cavernas, claro está. El problema con TEK era que no salían nunca de la suya, ni siquiera cuando sus amigos lo visitaban. ¿Veis? Hola, TEK. Al atardecer, la cueva de TEK despedía un brillo deslumbrante que hacía imposible ver las estrellas, titilando en el cielo. TEK se quedaba solo en su cuarto de la caverna, pegado al teléfono, su tableta y su consola todo el día, toda la noche, todo el tiempo. No deberías de haber inventado Internet, le gruñó la mamá de TEK al papá de TEK. Afuera, el mundo real evolucionaba, pero a TEK le daba igual. TEK se perdió muchas diversiones invernales durante la era de hielo, como jugar y hacer muñecos de nieve o peleas de bolas de nieve. Nunca se aprendió siquiera los nombres de los dinosaurios. Les decía cómo se llama saurio, déjame en paz saurio, pepinodáctilo volador. Y así pasaban las horas, los días, los meses. Pop, 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 pop. Tal vez mi cerebro sea pequeño, como una nuez, pero hasta yo sé que eso no es saludable, decía su amigo Larry el dinosaurio. Quisiera que TEK saliera a jugar. Sad emoji, un emoji triste. Bip, bip, bop, bop. Oh. Los padres de TEK lo intentaron todo para separarlo de sus aparatos, pero nada funcionaba. Tengo que poner una fogata abajo del trasero de ese niño, gruñía su papá, pero todavía no inventó el fuego. ¡Vamos, TEK! Nadie conseguía que TEK le pusiera atención, ni siquiera el gran caca de la tribu, el alto muy, ni Coqui, con Coera y sus dinosaurios, por un mejor mañana. Todo parecía perdido hasta que... ¡oh! El gran Popo, el volcán de la aldea, tuvo una idea. Podía hacer fuego. Podía sacudirlo todo. Es grande. Así que el gran Popo... ¡estalló! ¡Puf, puf, puf, puf! ¡Oh! La erupción lanzó a TEK con todo y su teléfono, tableta y consola de juegos fuera de la cueva por los aires. TEK se estampó contra el suelo y todas sus cosas se rompieron. Quedó completamente desconectado. TEK se despertó, respirando el aire fresco y dulce, disfrutando del sol y sintiendo el cosquilleo del pasto húmedo. Se preguntó dónde estaba. Miró alrededor y descubrió una libélula, una azucena, un ginkgo biloba, un elefante peludo que llamaban mamut y un impotente dinosaurio. El grande y hermoso mundo. ¡Wow! ¡Qué bonito! Dejó sus aparatos y corrió a buscar a su amigo Larry. De camino les dio un beso a su papá y a su mamá. ¡Ay!, gruñó su papá. Tengo que inventar la crema de rasurar. Estoy muy peludo. TEK se subió de un brinco a una rueda, arrancó una manzana de un árbol, le silbó a su amigo Dodo y le dio una sorpresa a su amigo durmiente. ¡Bip! ¿Quieres jugar? TEK y Larry rieron y jugaron todo el día en ese jardín soleado. ¡Uhú! Y por la noche trataron de alcanzar las gloriosas estrellas. The end. Espero que disfrutéis, os haya gustado y penséis que es más importante y lo pasamos mejor cada vez que jugamos con los niños en lugar de con el ordenador. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring new books because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Wow, hello. Hi, Westgate. My name is Miss James, and I'm so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. Okay, so I work as a first grade teacher, and I love sharing the joy of reading, especially during ELA. And so I'm going to share my joy of reading with students like you. Boop. Okay, so today I'll be reading The Bad Seed. Okay, and the author's name is Jory John. And the illustrations are by Pete Oswald. Remember, illustrations are pictures. Okay? All right, so this book is about you being you and you not always having to make poor choices but always making good ones. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this, and you're going to go ahead and think about how the bad seed was able to become the good seed. So before we start, I want you to think about a time where you could have made a poor choice, but you turned it around a little bit there and you made a great choice and it wasn't so poor on your end anymore. So I'm hoping that you've read this book, because I have read this book and the bad seed is my favorite character. So let's go ahead and get into it. The Bad Seed. Okay. Here we go. All right, I'm a bad seed. A bad seed. Oh yeah, it's true. The other seeds, they look at me and they see, that seed is so bad. When they think I'm not listening, they mumble, there goes a bad seed. Okay. But, okay, I can hear them. I have good hearing for a seed. How bad am I? You really want to know? Do you want to know? Okay. Well, I never put things back where they belong. I'm late to everything. And I tell long jokes with no punchlines. Okay? I never wash my hands or my feet. I lie about pointless stuff, and I cut in line every time. I stare at everybody. I glare at everybody. I finish everybody's sentences, and I never listen. And I do lots of other bad things too. Know why? Because I'm a bad seed. A bad seed. I just can't help it. Sure, I wasn't always this bad. I was born a humble seed on a simple sunflower in an unremarkable field. I had a big family, seeds everywhere. We found ways of having fun. We were close. But then the petals dropped and our flower drooped. Oh my goodness. It's kind of a blur. I remember a bag. Look at them screaming. Ah! Everything went dark. And then a giant! Oh my God! I thought I was a goner. I thought I was done for. I screamed and I hollered. Ah! But I was spit out at the last possible second. I flew through the air and I landed under the bleachers with a huge thud. When I woke up, it was dark outside. A wad of gum had softened my fall. I felt okay. But something had changed in me. I'd become a different seed entirely. Okay? I'd become a bad seed. Here we go again. Let's go ahead and say it with Miss James. A bad seed. That's right. I stopped smiling. I kept to myself. I drifted. I was friend to nobody. I was lost on purpose. Oh, sorry, let me go ahead and read that. I skipped a line. I was friend to nobody and bad to everybody. I was lost on purpose. I lived inside a soda can. I didn't care, and it suited me. Until recently, I've made a big decision. I've decided I don't want to be a bad seed anymore. I'm ready to be happy. It's hard to be good when you're so used to being bad. But I'm trying. I'm taking it one day at a time. Sure, still I forget to listen. And I still show up late. And I still talk during movies. And I do all kinds of other bad stuff. But I also say thank you. And I say please. And I smile, and I hold doors open for people. Not always, but sometimes. And even though I still feel bad, sometimes I also feel kind of good. And it's sort of a mix. All I can do is keep trying and keep thinking, maybe I'm not such a bad seed after all. Hey, look! There goes that bad seed! Actually, he's not bad anymore. I heard that. The end. Okay, so remember, you don't have to always make poor choices, even though you're late to school, or you're late to class, or you make a mistake. You can still change what you have done and make it into a good thing, okay? Mr. Hendershot's giving me 5 minutes. So, thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring new books because reading can take you anywhere. All right, enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon. And happy Read Across America Day. Woo!
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Sonya Berch, and I am so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work at the Multicultural Department in the School District of Palm Beach County, and I love sharing the joy of reading with the students like you. Today, I'm going to be reading a book titled Off to Bed, Little Monster, A la Cama, Monstrito. This book is about a little monster that doesn't want to go to bed. So before we start, I want you to think about something fun, a book. What is your favorite book? Is it about what you do at home? Let's get started. Off to Bed, Little Monster, A la Cama, Monstrito. Off to bed, little monster. I am going to catch you. A la cama, monstrito, te voy a agarrar. Calm down, little monster. Dad is going to get mad, you know. Do you understand? No, don't pick me up. I'll put you down now. Give mommy a kiss and go up to your room. Understood? Calma, monstrito. Mira que papá va a enojarse. ¿Comprendes? No, en brazos no. Ya te dejo. Da un beso a mamá y luego sube a tu habitación. ¿Entendido? Kiss mommy? No. Well, then mommy will give you a great big kiss. Good night, sweetheart. Beso, mamá, no beso. Bien. Pues entonces será mamá quien te va a dar un beso muy grande. Buenas noches, cariño. Before you go to bed, you have to give everyone a kiss. No! I'm warning you, little monster. Don't come back downstairs. Let's go off to bed. Pick me up. Antes de ir a dormir, hay que dar un beso a los demás. No, te lo advierto, monstruito. No vuelvas a bajar. Vamos a la cama, pero en brazos. Oh no, yuck. I've told you many times. That's a toothbrush, not a sink brush. Oh no, qué asco. Te he dicho muchas veces que esto es un cepillo de dientes y no un cepillo de grifos. Well, how is that poo-poo coming along? If you waste time, I won't have time to read you a book. Are you finished? It's about time. Let's go. Off to bed, little monster. ¿Qué? ¿Llega o no? Si pierdes el tiempo, no voy a tener tiempo de leerte un libro. ¿Terminaste? Ya era hora. Vamos a la cama, monstruito. Be careful, you're going to fall. That one again. You always pick the same one. Today, Daddy is going to pick the book, all right? No. Well, then... ¡Cuidado! Te vas a caer. Otra vez este libro, siempre eliges el mismo. Hoy será papá quien escogerá el libro. ¿De acuerdo? No. Bien, pues. Come sit next to me and relax. And after the story, it's time for bed. The night Max wore his wolf suit and made mischief of one kind and another. And that's the end of the story. Let's go. It's time for bed, little monster. Ven a mi lado y tranquilízate. Y después vas a acostarte. Una tarde, Max se puso su vestido de lobo, hizo una tontería y luego otra. Y colorín colorado, este cuento se ha acabado. Ahora vamos a la cama, monstruito. Oh no, that won't do it at all. I'm going to get mad. Beds are for sleeping, not for dancing the samba on. I am thirsty, Dad. Another way of putting off your bedtime. You have already had enough to drink. Oh, I'm very thirsty. All right, I'll go get a glass of water for you. Oh, no, de ninguna manera. Me voy a enojar. La cama es para dormir y no para bailar una samba encima. Tengo sed. Otra forma de seguir perdiendo el tiempo. Ya bebiste bastante agua. Ah, tengo mucha sed. Ok, de acuerdo. Voy a buscarte un vaso de agua. Now, don't take an hour to drink the water. It's getting late. I'd like you to sleep a little tonight. Kiss Mommy. That's the last straw. Absolutely not. You know perfectly well that you should have given her a kiss when you were downstairs. You really are a little monster. Ahora, no te pases una hora tomando agua. Se ha hecho tarde. Me gustaría que esta noche durmieras un poco. Beso para mamá. Oh, esto es el colmo. De ninguna manera. Sabes perfectamente que tenías que habérselo dado cuando estabas abajo. Realmente eres un monstruito. Now, close those little eyes and sleep until morning. Good night, sweetheart. Ahora cierra esos ojitos y duerme hasta mañana. Buenas noches, cariño. Good night, Daddy Monster. Buenas noches, Papá Monstruo. The end. En colorín colorado, este cuento se ha acabado. Ok, el próximo libro que les voy a leer es The next book is El ratoncito, la fresa roja y madura y el gran oso hambriento. Hola, ratoncito, ¿qué haces? Ah, ya veo. ¿Quieres agarrar esa fresa tan roja y madura? Pero, ratoncito, ¿no has oído hablar del gran oso hambriento? ¿No sabes cuánto le gustan al oso las fresas rojas y maduras? El gran oso hambriento puede oler una fresa roja y madura a 1 kilómetro de distancia. Especialmente si se ha caído de la planta. ¡Bum! 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 Retumbarán las pisadas hambrientas del oso por el bosque y con su fino olfato encontrará la fresa. No importa dónde esté escondida. O quién la esté cuidando. O cómo esté disfrazada. ¡Rápido! Solo hay una manera en todo el mundo de poner a salvo una fresa roja y madura del gran oso hambriento. Córtala en 2. Comparte la mitad conmigo. Y entre los dos nos las comeremos todas. ¡Qué rico! Al menos esta es una fresa roja y madura que el gran oso hambriento no probará jamás. The end. El final. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring new books because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon and happy read across America.
Hello, Westgate Elementary School. My name is Rebeca Arreaga, and I'm the school co-located therapist. I'm so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for readers across America. I work as the co-located therapist at Center for Child Counseling, but I am here at the school all the time, and I love sharing the joy of reading with students like you. Today I'm going to be reading about The Sour Grape. We're going to learn why he's sour today. I'm a grape, a sour grape. Grr. If somebody upsets me, I'll remember it. If somebody wrongs me, I won't forget it. If somebody insults me, I'll never ignore it. Nope. See that banana over there? That banana slipped and bumped into me, so I'm holding a grudge. See that orange? That orange didn't call me back for a week. Grudge. See that lime? That lime borrowed my scarf and never returned it. Grudge. I suppose I've got pretty thin skin for a grape. Nobody steps on this grape. Grr. Granted, it wasn't always this way. I grew up in a close-knit bunch. There were about 3,000 of us in our little community. We were sweet to each other. You look nice today. So do you. No, you do. We all lived on a vine. Sure, it was a bit claustrophobic, especially when we were trying to get ready in the morning. Are you done in there? Come on. But my family was ripe with humor, goodwill, and warmth. We did our best with what we had. Are you going to finish that? My grandparents visited on the weekends. We'd stroll in the sun and they'd teach us what they knew. They said that it takes a bunch to raise a seed. They said that good grapes roll their own way in life. They told us to be kind, forgiving, considerate, and grateful. Or grateful, my grandpa said with a wink. Above all, no matter what life throws at you, and there will be a lot, try to stay sweet, my grandma said. Indeed, we said in response. And for a while, I was the sweetest of the sweet. I said please. I said thank you. I brushed aside life's little annoyances. I knew how good I had it. Oops, haha, no problem at all. But then one day, something changed in me. The apple and the grape. He was okay with it. It was my birthday. I had rigorously and vigorously planned a big party for weeks. I'd sent out invitations with the date promptly displayed. Get this, I had a Ferris wheel, a magician, and hay rides. I had snacks upon snacks upon snacks. The highlight of the party, though, was a fireworks display which would happen at sundown. I stood out in front and waited for folks to arrive. I had a gigantic smile on my face. I waited. Everybody was a little late, it seemed. No big deal, no big whoop. So I waited. A tumbleweed broke by. A coyote howled in the distance. The sun sank behind the hills, and I waited. His Ferris wheel, his ice cream. Nobody showed up, and I mean nobody. By the time the fireworks show started, with me as the sole spectator, I was scowling. I considered everybody I'd invited, and only one thought came to mind. Grudge, grudge, grudge. Poor grape. After that, my personality became something else entirely. I went from a sweet grape to a bitter grape to a snappy grape. Who moved my chair? Finally, I became a sour grape. Grrr. I started holding minor grudges that eventually became major grudges. Why don't you watch where you're going? That's what he said to the dog. I scowled so much that my face got all squishy. You know what? Don't even bother calling me back. I took my grumpiness out on others. Are you ever going to return my scarf? And that's just how it's been. Day after day, week after week, month after month, grudge after grudge. But something happened recently that changed my thinking. It's a very sad grape, angry grape. I was getting ready to meet up with my friend Lenny, the only fellow I know who's as sour as I am. Lenny and I usually go to the park where we sit on a beach and write about stuff. But just as I was heading out the door, I bumped my knee. Oof. After I bandaged myself up, I discovered I had a flat tire. Ugh. That I missed the bus, and the next bus was late. Finally, I got off the wrong stop. Sheesh. Doesn't sound like he's having a good day. By the time I arrived at the park, it was getting dark. Lenny was fuming and furious with a frown and a furrowed forehead. His face looked all squishy. Lenny says, "We agreed to meet at exactly 4 o'clock. You're 3 hours late." I tried to explain why I was so tardy, but Lenny wouldn't listen. He'd already made up his mind. He formed a huge grudge, and he wouldn't budge. I couldn't believe it. How unfair, I thought. How ridiculous, I thought. How similar the way I would react. Thinking. Lenny was pretty worked up. He was pacing back and forth, emitting occasional grumbles. His tone was tart, so I gave him a little space. Besides, it was nice out. I noticed the sky changing colors, the melodic chirping of the birds, the evening breeze, the buzz of the park's insects coming alive at night. I suddenly felt grateful and peaceful and calm. Had I been missing all the simple beauty because I was too busy complaining? Meanwhile, old Lenny stormed off, muttering something about disrespect and lack of consideration. I'm pretty sure I heard him add a grrr, too. I walked home. I pulled a dusty box out from under my bed. There were old family photos inside. I spotted myself in one of the pictures. I was so sweet. I knew that little grapes from the photo was still a big part of me deep down. I would just take some work to get back there again. And that was the exact moment I found the invitation I had sent out for my infamous birthday party, the one where nobody showed up. It said May 31st. But wait a minute here. My birthday was on May 21st. Alas, I told everyone to come on the wrong day. Gulp. It was all my fault. I realized nobody's perfect, not even me. After that day, I started noticing other things too, like how remaining sour all the time is so draining. I'd waste so much energy holding grudges when I could have easily cleared the air if I'd felt hurt. And yes, I still get upset from time to time, but that's okay. Because now I talk and I listen and I work things out instead of just walking away. Oh, he's working through it. My sourness is fading. I'm letting go of all my grudges, and hey, it's working. Here he's talking to the banana. He goes, slip-ups happen. I'm just glad you're okay. And banana says, thanks. He's talking to Lime here. He says, the scarf looks sublime on you. Why don't you keep it? And Lime says, really, you're the best. To Orange, he says, aren't you glad we got to catch up? And Orange says, I'm so grateful that we did. Sure, sometimes I let out a little grr when I'm frustrated, like this, grr. But then I move on. My face is less squishy too. Oh, and don't worry, things are okay with Lenny again. Lenny's running late, and he says, gosh, sorry I'm late. You must be furious. And Grape says, no big deal, my friend. You know what? If you look at things in the right sort of way, and if you remember to be kind, considerate, forgiving, and grateful, life really can be pretty sweet. Yes, indeed. You got his birthday. With all his friends. The end. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring new books, and reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of your Read Aloud Marathon, and happy Read Across America Day.
Hi guys, Mrs. Metroka back. Haven't we had some amazing readers so far today? And we have even more coming. While we're waiting for our next one to arrive, I'm gonna read one of my favorite picture books, Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. It's written by Judith Viorst. And I think we can agree that we have all had days like Alexander. He thinks that everything is going to go wrong for him, and he's just having a really bad day. Everybody does have bad days every now and then. This is him. He's our main character. His name is Alexander. I went to sleep with gum in my mouth, and now there's gum in my hair. And when I got out of bed this morning, I tripped on the skateboard, and by mistake, I dropped my sweater in the sink while the water was running, and I could tell that it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. At breakfast, Anthony found a Corvette Stingray car kit in his breakfast cereal box, and Nick found a junior undercover agent code ring in his breakfast cereal box. But in my breakfast cereal box, all I found was breakfast cereal. I think I'll move to Australia. Those are his brothers, right? Nick and Anthony are his brothers. And I believe that he's the youngest child. In the carpool, Mrs. Gibson let Becky have a seat by the window. Audrey and Elliot got seats by the window too. I said I was being scrunched. I said I was being smushed. I said, If I don't get a seat by the window, I am going to be carsick. But no one even answered. I could tell it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Poor guy. At school, Mrs. Dickens liked Paul's picture of the sailboat better than my picture of the invisible castle. Do you guys understand that? Invisible castle? It means he didn't draw anything. At singing time, she said I sang too loud. At counting time, she said I left out 16. Who needs 16 anyway? I could tell that it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I could tell because Paul said I wasn't his best friend anymore. He said that Philip Parker was his best friend and that Albert Moyo was his next best friend and that I was only his third best friend. I hope you sit on a tack, I said to Paul. I hope the next time you get a double-decker strawberry ice cream cone that the ice cream part falls off the cone and lands in Australia. Those are not kind things to say, but I'm sure we can understand why he's feeling like that. It's not good to be taken away as somebody's best friend. There were 2 cupcakes in Philip Parker's lunch bag, and Albert got a Hershey bar with almonds, and Paul's mother gave him a piece of jelly roll that had little coconut sprinkles on the top. Guess whose mother forgot to put in dessert? It was a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. That's what it was, because after school, my mom took us all to the dentist and Dr. Fields found a cavity just in me. Come back next week and I'll fix it, said Dr. Fields. Next week, I said, I'm going to Australia. On the way downstairs, the elevator door was closed on my foot, and while we were waiting for my mom to go get the car, Anthony made me fall where it was muddy, and then when I started crying because of the mud, Nick said I was a crybaby. Ouch. And while I was punching Nick for saying crybaby, my mom came back with a car and scolded me for being muddy and for fighting. I am having a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I told everybody, but no one even answered. So then we went to the shoe store to buy some sneakers. Anthony chose white ones with blue stripes. Nick chose red ones with white stripes. I chose blue ones with red stripes, but then the shoe man said, we're all sold out. They made me buy plain old white ones, but they can't make me wear them. Do you think he's gonna have to wear them? He needs shoes. When we picked up my dad at his office, he said I couldn't play with his copying machine, but then I forgot. He also said to watch out for the books on his desk, and I was as careful as I could be, except for my elbow. He said don't fool around with his phone, but I think I called Australia. My dad said, please don't pick him up anymore. It was a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Oh my gosh, you guys. That's his dad right there. Do you see what a mess he has made of his office? There's the copier that he wasn't supposed to play with. There are the books falling down. Oh no, ink. And he's got ice cream in there. That's his brother. He says, please don't pick me up anymore. There were lima beans for dinner, and I hate limas. There was kissing on TV, and I hate kissing. My bath was too hot. I got soap in my eyes. My marble went down the drain, and I had to wear my railroad train pajamas. I hate my railroad train pajamas. When I went to bed, Nick took back the pillow he said I could keep, and the Mickey Mouse nightlight burned out, and I bit my tongue. The cat wants to sleep with Anthony, not with me. It has been a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. My mom says some days are like that. It's true, maybe you're having a day like that today. Not every day can be good. Sometimes we all have bad days. Even in Australia. What do you think his mom meant by that? Do you think that maybe she meant that even if he goes somewhere else, he's still going to have a bad day every now and then? I think you can agree, just like I said, that we have all had bad days before, but I think what made it really bad for Alexander is that he felt like no one was listening to him. No one was listening that he was having a bad day. He just wanted someone to complain to. Sometimes when you complain about stuff or when you talk it through, then we all feel better. So if you're having a very bad day, I hope you have somebody that you can talk to. And just know that not every day is going to be so bad. Maybe tomorrow will look a little bit brighter. We all just have to look for the good in our days, not only the bad. One of my favorites. If you like this, we actually have a whole bunch of them in the library. Alexander, who's not, do you hear me? I mean it, going to move. Alexander, who used to be rich last Sunday. Absolutely, positively, Alexander. And then this is a classic. Alexander and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. All right, I think our next reader is here. So I'm going to leave you guys and we're going to have our next reader come on back. So on the screen there's like a little prompt. That's what they can read.
Okay, hola mi gente de Westgate. Mi nombre es Miss Valcárcel. I'm Miss Valcárcel, your 4th grade teacher. And today I'm going to read a book about fiesta, party. I love parties. A todo el mundo le gusta una fiesta. So vamos a ver el título del libro y qué sucede en esta fiesta. The title of the book and what's happening to this party. Today's story is Mañana, Iguana by Anne Whitford Paul. Illustrated by Ethan Long. On Monday, lunes, Iguana twitched her tail happily. Let's celebrate spring with a party on Saturday. Woohoo! Conejo hopped up and down. Yes, let's. Tortuga poked out of his shell. A fiesta on sábado? Count me in. Culebra shook his rattle. Me too. Good, said Iguana. We must start right away. Who will help me write the invitation? ¿Quién me va a ayudar a escribir las invitaciones? Yo no, not I, said Conejo. I write too fast. No one could read my words. Yo no, said Tortuga. I too slow, too lento, mija. I can't hold a pen, said Culebra. Maybe I'll grow arms tonight and help you tomorrow. We can't wait until mañana, Iguana wiggled her tail. I'll write the invitations all by myself. Y así lo hizo. Lo escribió ella solita. On martes, on Tuesday, Iguana asked, who will help me deliver the invitations for our fiesta? ¿Quién me va a ayudar a entregar las invitaciones para la fiesta? Let's see if they help. Oh, yo no, said Conejo. I move too fast. I pass our friends. Yo no, said Tortuga. I move too slow, mija. Culebra said, if I grow arms tonight, I'll help you mañana, Iguana. Mañana will be too tarde, too late. Iguana figured her tail. I'll deliver the invitations all by myself. Y así lo hizo. And she did. On miércoles, Wednesday, Iguana asked, who will help me stuff the piñata? I love piñatas. For our fiesta. Let's see if they help. They're kind of lazy. Let's see. Yo no, said Conejo. I stuff too fast, and I rip and I tear. Rompo todo, soy un desastre. Yo no, said Tortuga. I stuff too slow, too lenta, mija. Culebra said, mañana, Iguana, when I grow arms. Too many excuses. Hay mucha excusa ya. Iguana flounced her tail. I'll stuff the piñata all by myself. Y así lo hizo. And she did. On jueves, Iguana begged, please, please, please. Will someone help me cook? Ay, esta es la parte mejor. Cook the food for our fiesta. Porque no hay party sin comida. Sin fiesta, no food. Let's see if they help. Let's see. Yo no, said Conejo. I cook too fast. I make a mess. Yo no, said Tortuga. I cook too slow. Ay, soy muy lenta, mija. Culebra said, if I'll grow arms, I'll help you mañana, Iguana. Iguana slapped her tail on the ground. Why, she's angry. I'll cook the food all by myself. Y así lo hizo. And she did. On viernes, Iguana said, oh, I don't suppose anyone will help me hang the streamers and the decorations for our fiesta. Supongo que nadie me va a ayudar a decorar para la fiesta. And the fiesta's on Saturday, so we're getting close. Yo no, said Conejo. I hang too fast. I'll tear the streamers, rompo todo. Yo no, said Tortuga. I hang too slow. Ay, soy lenta, mija. Culebra said, I'll help you hang the streamers. Woohoo! A helper, yes! Iguana clapped. Hip, hip, hooray! I'll help you mañana, Iguana, when I grow arms. Look at Iguana's face. She's getting angry. Nobody wants to help. I knew it. Iguana smacked her tail on the ground so hard, she puffed up a cloud of dirt. I'll decorate all by myself. Y así lo hizo. And she did. Ella sola hizo todo para la fiesta, todo para el party. And then it was sábado. Woohoo! Saturday, fiesta! Fiesta! Conejo hopped up and down. We're ready for our fiesta. Tortuga poked out his shell. Here come our guests. And Culebra shook his rattle. Let's greet him. Para un momento. No. Iguana whipped her tail around in angry circles. I wrote the invitations and I delivered them. Yo escribí las invitaciones y yo las tuve que entregar. I stuffed the piñata and I cooked the food. Yo cociné la comida y yo tuve que llenar la piñata. I hung the streamers now and I alone will greet my guests at my fiesta. Como hice todo yo solita, yo voy a decirle hola a mis invitados. You know, she has a point. Y así lo hizo. And she did. Conejo hurried to hide behind a cactus. Tortuga shrunk into his shell. And Culebra slithered under a rock. She's at her fiesta. No fiesta para ello. They watched for a long time while the guests left and ate and broke the piñata. Los invitados están gozando la fiesta. What a fine fiesta, the guests said as they left. ¡Qué party más sabroso! Se gozó y los invitados se fueron. Iguana yawned. I'm so tired to clean up. I'll do it mañana. She stretched out and soon slept. Conejo hopped out from behind the cactus. Iguana is really worn out. That means really tired, he said. Tortuga poked out his shell. She should be. She did everything. Pues claro que va a estar cansado, mijo, si ella hizo todo. Culebra slithered out from under the rock. And we did nothing. Hicimos nada. They were silent for a long time. Let's see what they're going to do now. We're almost at the end of the book. Suddenly, Conejo said, I have an idea, he told his friends. That's great, said Tortuga. Culebra said, let's start now. Then she twitched her tail happily. You must be... And they started to clean up for Iguana. Oh, what a nice friends. Then she twitched her tail happily. You must be hungry from your hard work. Who will help me eat the leftovers? Yo sí, said Conejo. Yo sí, said Tortuga. Yo sí, said Culebra. And they all did. Y así lo hicieron. It's very important to help out. Always help out and be nice to people. Bye.
That was so good. I think I want to be in Miss Valcárcel's class because she's such a great reader. So entertaining. All right, I'm going to read one more book while we're waiting for our next reader. It is a brand new book. It's called Mr. S. And it's written by Monica Arnaldo. It's actually an award winner for our Sunshine State Young Reader Awards. It's on the junior list. So, anytime you have a book that's on an award list, you always know it's going to be really good. And I just read this for the first time yesterday. And it is about a kindergarten classroom who gets to school and they can't figure out who their teacher is. So it's pretty funny. Mr. S. The title page. The kids in room 2B could tell that something was wrong. Even though it was their very first time at school, they had the sense that something was missing. Where's the teacher? Someone whispered. Shouldn't they be here by now? Asked someone else. If you can't see it, right here, there's a chalkboard and it just says Mr. S. The children looked at each other and then back toward the front of the class. Where there should have been a teacher, there was only a stack of papers, a mug of coffee, and an impressive-looking sandwich. No teacher means no rules, cheered half the class. Absolutely not, scolded the other half. Troublemakers, right? Those kids are like, we need to do the right thing. But before they could argue any further, a loud thwack came from the front of the room as a ruler clattered to the ground. Who did that? Whispered the kids eyeing the teacher's desk nervously. But there was only the sandwich. Can you see the sandwich? It almost looks like it's sticking its tongue out. And those are olives on top. They kind of look like eyeballs, don't they? This may be a clue. The clock ticked and the mug steamed, but the sandwich lay remarkably still. "You don't think," said one half of the class. "Don't be ridiculous," said the other half. What do you guys think? "Look," called a kid from the back of the room, pointing to the chalkboard. There, written in perfectly neat handwriting, was a name. Mr. S. As one, the children murmured, "Mr. Sandwich?" That settled it. Everyone got straight to work. C is for club sandwich. D is for double decker. They moved swiftly through the day's lessons. Mr. S was tough but fair. "I will not throw food." Oh my goodness. Look outside the window. Lightning just hit that car. It is flaming. Oh no, even the raccoons are scared. The kids all loved art class. "Look over here." Next page, please. Story time ran a bit long. Look, they put the sandwich on the story time chair. Music class was especially unconventional. Mary had a little ham, little ham, little ham. Mary had a little ham on some nice rye bread. Can a sandwich be a teacher? I hope not, or I might be out of a job. As the day went on, some students began to wonder, is there something unusual about Mr. S? We've never had a teacher like him. We've actually never had a teacher at all. They are in kindergarten. Right there, out the window. What is happening out there? The children argued quietly and then not so quietly. "A sandwich can't be a teacher." "Why not?" "Yeah, there's all sorts of teachers. Piano teachers, salsa teachers, computer teachers." Slam! Suddenly the door burst open. The children in room 2B were perfectly silent as a very wet man made his way to the front of the class. Who do you think that is? Do you think that maybe is their teacher? We'll find out. "Children," said the man whose jacket was smoking as though it had recently been on fire, "I'm sorry I'm late." The kids blinked at one another. "I've had an unusual morning," he continued, "so I'm afraid we didn't have time for a proper introduction." The wet and smoky man picked up a piece of chalk and began to write on the board. Do you think maybe that's the teacher and not the sandwich? The children's eyes darted back and forth between the two figures at the front of the class.
I'm Mr. Spencer, your principal. And I see you've already met your teacher, Mr. S. Keep up the good work, everyone. I can tell this is a special group. Looking around the room, the children had to agree. We never doubted you, Mr. Sandwich, said half the class. Well, maybe just for a minute, said the other half. Mr. S was as composed as ever. That's quite all right, children, but actually my name isn't Mr. Sandwich. The S stands for... It doesn't say. We'll never know. Mr. S-A-N. And then somebody spilled some mustard on it. What could his name be? The end. Mr. S. Such a silly book, you guys. Do you think a sandwich could actually be your teacher? I don't think so. I think your teachers do a little bit more than a sandwich. So funny though. I don't have this book yet in the library, but we ordered all of the SSYRA books and they should be here before you know it. So something to look forward to. That one was so silly. I'm back. And we still have a few more minutes until our next reader gets here. So I am going to read a fairy tale, and I might not finish the whole thing, but we'll read as much as we can. We're going to read a classic, Jack and the Beanstalk. It always surprises me when you guys have not read fairy tales, so this is a really great one. It's called, you can't see it because it's green, and we've got a nice green screen behind us. Michael Hagg's Read to Me Book of Fairy Tales. This has all of the good ones. It is a library book. Jack and the Beanstalk. I don't know if the screen will show. Yep. Oh, our next reader is here. So I'm going to pause this and we will read it when we have another little break in our schedule. And we're going to discuss for a moment. So just enjoy a short break in our reading time.
No, do it, just say it.
Yeah, we're live.
All right.
We're running.
Hello, everybody. ¿Cómo están todos? All right, with me I have two books. I'm going to read the first one is Con mi hermano, with my brother. And I know a lot of you have siblings that you played with, so I hope you enjoy this book. Con mi hermano. For Samantha and her brother Jason. For my two models, my son Little Robert and my nephew Victor. My brother is bigger and older than I. He goes to school on the bus. And he delivers newspapers in the afternoon. I can tell he's waiting for something. And plays ball at the park on Saturdays. I wonder who the brother is.
He doesn't always have time to play with me. I'm sure that's what sometimes happens to you, or maybe your siblings, that you don't have time to play with them. He's playing by himself. But sometimes I sit outside on the steps and wait for him to come home. When he sees me, he smiles and calls my name. Oh, I can tell he enjoys it. Hi. I run to him. He grabs me and we wrestle on the grass. I always win. Can you believe that? He always wins. We walk down to the playground together, my brother and I. We play catch. And hang upside down and talk together until it's time to go home. That looks like fun. And sometimes in the evening, when he finishes his homework, we will do a puzzle together. Oh, good thing it's after homework. Or I climb up on his lap and we will read our favorite books. And sometimes he will say, I'm getting too heavy, that soon I'll be too big to sit on his lap. But that's okay, because maybe then I'll be big enough to go to school on the bus. And deliver newspapers in the afternoon. And play ball at the park on Saturdays with my brother. All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this book. It's written by Aileen Rowe, illustrations by Robert Casilla. I hope you're making connections on some of the things that you do with your brothers or maybe your cousins if you live together. That's how we make connections. My second book is a book in Spanish. It's called Froggy y la Casa del Árbol. This is one of my favorite books because I love Froggy. So I used to have all the books. Froggy and his first kiss, Froggy goes to school, Froggy and the treehouse, Froggy, oh, there's so many I can't even remember. All right, this is written by Jonathan London and illustrated by Frank, I don't know how to read this one, Remkiewicz, something like that. Okay, Froggy y la Casa del Árbol fue escrito por Jonathan London y ilustrado por Frank Remkiewicz. Froggy y la Casa del Árbol. Froggy se despertó y miró por la ventana. El sol se alzaba en el cielo como una pizza gigante. Ya me está dando hambre. ¡Pizza!, dijo Froggy, y se le ocurrió una gran idea. Froggy saltó de la cama y se vistió. ¡Sip, sap, sup, sut, 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 sat! Después fue a la cocina dando saltitos. Flop, flop, flop. ¡Mamá!, dijo, voy a hacer una casa en un árbol. En las casas en los árboles se pueden hacer muchas cosas sin que haya adultos, como jugar a las cartas, contar chistes y ordenar pizza. Me parece muy bien, dijo su mamá. ¿Vas a hacerla tú solito? No, con la ayuda de mis amigos. Froggy se fue dando saltitos hasta la casa de Max. Flop, flop, flop. ¡Froggy!, lo llamó su mamá. ¿Qué? ¿Olvidaste desayunar, cariño? No tengo hambre. Seguramente aquí vive Max. Empiezo a hacer predicciones. Cuando llegó a la casa de Max, gritó: ¡Max! ¡Max! ¡Sal! Max salió y Froggy le contó sobre su gran idea. ¡Fantástico!, dijo Max. Los dos buenos amigos fueron a ver a Matthew y a Travis y todos volvieron a la casa de Froggy con tablas, martillos, serruchos y puntillas. Comenzaron a construir la casa en el árbol, con un poquito de ayuda de papá. Primero, aserrucharon las tablas. Rush, rush, rush. Mira, ya veo aquí. Después clavaron las tablas al tronco del árbol para poder subir. Sing, sang, sunk. Después construyeron el piso de la casa del árbol. ¡Fuwagi! Llamó Poliwowina. Poliwowilina. ¿Qué? Yo quiero ayudar. Vete, gritó Froggy. No aceptamos hermanitas latosas. Ay, ella queriendo ayudarle. Ya puedo ver algo que no está muy bien. Froggy comenzó a serruchar una rama. ¡Ras! ¡Ras! ¡Froggy!, llamó Frogilina, saltando sobre la cerca. ¿Qué? Si sigues aserruchando así, te vas a caer. ¡Ay!, chilló Froggy. Ya lo sabía. Ahora vete. No aceptamos chicas. Solo podemos estar mis amigos y yo. Froggy y sus amigos comenzaron a poner las tablas para las paredes. ¡Ay!, chilló Froggy, pero solo unas tablas se cayeron. Menos mal se cayeron en la cabeza de papá, que tenía casco. ¡Tom! Después Froggy volvió a clavar puntillas. ¡Sing! ¡Sang! ¡Say! ¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Ay, ay, ay, Froggy! ¿Puedo besarte el dedito?, dijo Frogilina. ¡Vete!, dijo Froggy. Se bajó del árbol y le mostró el dedo a su mamá. Su mamá le puso una curita. Ahora sí, ¿quieres algo de comer? No, cuando terminemos nuestra casa del árbol, dijo Froggy. Entonces pediremos una pizza. Y acá escribieron un aviso. Casa del árbol de Froggy. No se aceptan niñas. Pero terminaron la casa del árbol cuando el sol se estaba poniendo. A Froggy se le cayó el martillo. ¡Tonk! ¡Ay! ¡Cuidado abajo!, gritó y añadió. ¡Tenemos hambre! ¡Queremos pedir una pizza ya mismo! Otra vez cayó encima de papá. La mamá de Froggy subió a la casa del árbol, llamó a Pizza del pantano y dejó que Froggy ordenara. Queremos una pizza súper grande con muchas moscas. No en mi porción, dijo Max. No en mi porción, dijo Matthew. No en mi porción, dijo Travis. Como quieran, dijo Froggy. Cuando llegó la pizza, Froggy cogió la caja y comenzó a subir. Tuc, 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 tuc. Cuidado, Froggy. Subió el primer escalón y la pizza se inclinó. Siguió subiendo y la pizza se tambaleó. Cuando estaba por llegar arriba, la pizza se cayó. ¡No!, dijo Froggy. ¡Ay! dijo Froggy con la cara más colorada que verde. ¡La tengo!, gritó Frogilina. Vaya, dijo Froggy, ¡qué suerte! Te tengo una sorpresa, Froggy, dijo Frogilina. Te la doy si me dejas subir a tu casa del árbol. Bueno, dijo Froggy, solo si me gusta la sorpresa. Así que Frogilina subió como un mono y abrió la caja. Y dijo, ¡sorpresa!, dijo, y esparció muchas moscas. Mira la cara de Froggy y Frogilina y mira la cara de sus amigos. Quiero recordar, ¿qué dijeron los amigos? No en mi porción, no en mi porción. ¡Sí!, gritó Froggy. ¡Yippee! Y le dio un gran mordisco a la pizza. Esta pizza está frogiliziosa. Llamemos y pidamos otra. ¡No! Pidamos 5 más. Froggy y sus amigos comieron pizza. Yam, cham, chum. Jugaron a las cartas. Zap, zap, zap. Y contaron chistes. Toda la noche en la casa del árbol de Froggy. Ok, chicos y chicas, espero hayan disfrutado el libro de Froggy y la casa del árbol. In the back, I have a whole list of books with Froggy in them. Okay? I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Froggy, some of my favorites, you guys. Such great books today. All right, I am back for just a few minutes while we wait for our next reader to come, who is Miss Peterman at 12 o'clock. So I'm going to start reading, like I mentioned, a fairy tale, Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack and his mother lived on a farm that had been facing recent hardship. A drought had wiped out their crop for the summer and left them with no food to eat or sell. "Take our cow and see what you can fetch for it," his mother said. "But mother, without the cow, we will have nothing left," Jack said. But they were desperate. The cow was the last chance for them to get any money. As Jack led his cow to the market, a beggar passed by. I'll show you the picture. This is kind of a preview, right? Because this hasn't happened yet. A beggar passed by them. Jack looked forlorn and desperate, and this gave the beggar an idea. "I'm interested in buying her," the beggar said. "How much money can you afford?" Jack asked, his face brightening. Perhaps this man could be their saving grace. "I don't have any money, but I do have these magic beans," the beggar said. "They will give you all the riches you can ever imagine." Jack couldn't believe his luck. He knew his mother would be very proud at his bargaining skills. It was one thing to get money for the cow, that they would quickly spend, but these beans would guarantee them money for life. Do you think that's a good idea? I don't know if his mom's going to be very happy about that. Nope. But when Jack's mother saw the beans, she was furious. "You fools," she cried. "Now we have nothing. Now we are going to starve to death." She grabbed the beans from Jack and threw them out the window. Jack went to bed feeling guilty with his stomach rumbling. Or was that rumbling coming from outside? The next morning, there was a huge beanstalk growing in their garden. It was thicker than any great tree and so tall that it reached higher than the clouds. "I'm going up there to explore," Jack told his mother. "No, Jack, it looks dangerous," she said. Jack wanted to set things right. Against his mother's wishes, he scaled the beanstalk into the clouds. Higher and higher he climbed until his house was just a speck below. At the top of the beanstalk there was a house, more grand and prominent than anything Jack had ever seen before. Jack peeked through the window and spotted a loaf of bread on the table. Seeing no one nearby, he tiptoed inside and took a bite. "Who are you?" a voice said from behind. He spun around and came face to face with a very beautiful and very tall woman. "I'm sorry, but I have traveled very far and I just needed a small bite of bread," Jack said. He hoped this woman might have pity on him. Jack was in luck. The woman did want to help him. She sliced off a chunk of bread and gave him some cheese. "Take this and hide," she said. "Hide? My husband is a terrible giant. He eats boys like you." Just then, the ground shook as the giant's footsteps came closer. Oh, guys, this is kind of scary. "Hurry into the oven," said the giant woman. Jack did as he was told. He jumped in the oven and watched through the vent in the back. The front door burst open and a giant ducked his head as he stepped inside. "Fee, fi, fo, fum," he bellowed. "I smell the blood of an Englishman." "Don't be silly," his wife said. "It's only the meat I'm cooking for dinner." My giant voice gave me a tickle in my throat. I might have to get some water. Jack watched as the giant sat at the table and feasted on the biggest steak he'd ever seen. The giant then gobbled up a whole loaf of bread and had several glasses of wine. After all of the food was gone from the table, the giant looked restless. "Wife, bring me my goose," he said. His wife gave him a lovely white goose. Do you guys know what a goose is? A goose is a bird. It's a big bird. On the giant's command, the goose began laying eggs, but these were no ordinary eggs. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. These eggs were solid gold. When the giant grew bored, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Pretty soon, the room was filled with the sound of snoring, loud enough to shake the whole house. Jack quietly lifted himself out of the oven. He was going to make a run for the door, but those golden eggs tempted him. Instead, he climbed up the table and grabbed the goose. Jack carefully and quietly made his way to the front door. Once he was outside, he ran as fast as possible toward the beanstalk. The goose began to squawk and flap her wings, but Jack was able to make it home safely. Back in his little farmhouse, his mother looked doubtfully at the goose. "Just wait," he said. Then he told the goose to lay her eggs, and when she did, they had a whole basket full of solid gold eggs. These eggs would fetch enough money to keep them comfortable and well fed for life. Do you guys remember what the beggar said at the beginning? He said that the bean eggs would give all the riches you could ever imagine. He was right. Months passed. Jack was happy to have a full belly and not to have to worry about money anymore, but he couldn't stop thinking about the giant. What other magical things did he have that could make Jack rich? Without asking his mother's permission, he set off one day up the beanstalk. Through the window, he saw the giant's wife alone in the kitchen. "How dare you show your face here," she said. "My husband is distraught over losing that goose." Before Jack could argue, he heard the familiar pounding of approaching footsteps. "Quick, into the cupboard," she said. "Fee, fi, fo, fum," the giant bellowed. "I smelled the blood of an Englishman." "Don't be silly," his wife said. "It's only the meat I'm cooking for dinner." Once again, the giant devoured the feast in front of him. After dinner, he asked his wife to bring him his satchel of gold coins. He counted them and put them into stacks until he grew bored and fell asleep. What do you think Jack's gonna do? Before the wife could stop him, Jack came out of hiding and climbed up the table. He put the satchel of gold coins over his shoulder and he ran. His mother was furious with him for sneaking out, but then she saw the gold coins and she was pleased. The coins were enough to buy them a bigger house and fine clothes to wear. They would never have to farm again. This time, 3 years passed before Jack had the urge to climb the beanstalk again. Golden eggs and gold coins. What else was the giant hiding? Up the beanstalk he went. He went a little bit more confidently now. He was no longer that desperate, hungry boy who had tried to take the giant's bread. This time when he sneaked inside the giant's house, no one was home. He took his time looking in cabinets and closets, hoping to find the giant's treasures. Then he heard the thump, thump, thump of the giant's footsteps. Quickly, he jumped into a nearby wash basin and covered himself with soapy water. The giant couldn't smell him this time now that he was covered in soap. Jack watched as the giant's wife fixed him dinner, and he ate and ate until he couldn't fit any more food in his great big belly. "Wife, bring me my harp," he said. The giant's wife carried a golden harp to the table. The giant looked pleased. Much to Jack's surprise, instead of playing it, the giant commanded it to play. It sang the loveliest sound that Jack had ever heard. The song was so soothing that quickly the giant fell asleep, and his snores reverberated throughout the house. What do you think Jack's gonna do? I bet by now you can predict what's going to happen. I am going to pause here because I think our next reader is not coming. Okay? She's not coming. I'm going to leave our book here and we will see if our next reader is here.
Good morning, everyone. It is Miss Peterman, your assistant principal, and I'm so excited that I am here today to read a book with you. So today I'm going to be reading a book called Papa, Please Get the Moon for Me. So this is a book that I really enjoyed reading when I was in elementary school. It's actually by Eric Carle, so he's written a lot of different stories. You probably have heard some of them, like The Hungry Hungry Caterpillar. And so we're going to be reading this story today. Some things to think about. For one, if you're in K through 2, so kindergarten, first grade, or second grade, some things to think about is, well, This is about a young girl who wants her father to get the moon for her, right? So think about that. Is that something that is realistic? Can that actually happen? Think about something that you have maybe asked your parents for, or you have asked your family for. Have you ever asked for the moon or anything that big? If you are in 3rd grade, 4th grade, or 5th grade, what I want you to think while you're listening to this read aloud is, what do you think the genre is? So we have either fiction, meaning that it's fake, it's not realistic, or we have non-fiction, which means that it is not fake. It is not fiction, which means that what happened in here is real. So that's what I want you to think about as we read. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with Papa, please get the moon for me. Before Monica went to bed, she looked out of her window and saw the moon. The moon looked so near. I wish I could play with the moon, thought Monica, and reached for it. Now think to yourself, do you think she was able to reach it from where she is in her window? But no matter how much she stretched, she could not touch the moon. Papa, said Monica to her father, please get the moon for me. Now I wonder how Papa's supposed to do that, right? The moon is so far away, and even though in the picture it kind of looks like she's getting close to touching it, but we know that the moon is way up there in the sky, and they're all the way down here on the ground. So they're gonna have to get really creative if they want to be able to get the moon. So Papa got a very, very long ladder. I don't think I've ever seen a ladder that is that long before. They couldn't even fit it on the pages. He carried the very long ladder towards a very high mountain. I wonder, is it going to be able to reach the very top of the mountain or not? Then Papa put the very long ladder on top of the very high mountain. If you can see, that is a very, very long ladder and a very tall mountain. So be thinking to yourself, do we think that this is something that is realistic? Do we think this is fiction? Or do we think this is nonfiction? Up and up he climbed. Finally, Papa got to the moon. My daughter Monica would like to play with you, said Papa, but you are much too big. Every night I get a little smaller, said the moon. When I'm just the right size, you can take me with you. I wonder what the moon means. Every night I get a little smaller. If you're in science, I want you to be thinking, what do we think the moon means by that it gets smaller every night? Do we think that the moon changes its size every night? Do we know anything about moon phases and how that might change how the moon looks at night? So the moon is way too big, but again, the moon is saying, Papa, you just have to wait. I'll get smaller and I'll get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can bring me down to play with Monica. And indeed, the moon got smaller and smaller and smaller. When the moon was just the right size, Papa took it. Down and down and down he climbed on that very, very, very long ladder. And as you can see, he has that little sliver of a moon. Here, said Papa to Monica, I have the moon for you. Monica jumped and danced with the moon. She hugged the moon and threw it into the air. But the moon kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And finally, it disappeared altogether. Well, I wonder how that happened. Going back to some of our students in 5th grade science, I want you to think, why would the moon have disappeared? Is that magic? Is there something that we know about moons that could lead us to understand why the moon disappeared? Then, one night, Monica saw a thin sliver of the moon reappear. It's hard to see, but there's a really, really tiny sliver of the moon here. Even the stars look bigger than the moon. Each night, the moon grew. And grew. And grew. And here we can see the entire moon. So if you were to make a prediction about this book, Papa, please get the moon for me. Think again about the moon. At first, it started to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then later on in the story, the moon started to get larger and larger and larger. Now, usually when you're talking about objects, especially things like the sky, the stars, the moon, you don't think about these things as changing in size or in color, right? So I want you to think about that. Think about it and ask your teacher, ask other students, how did the moon change? Did Monica change the moon? Did Papa change the size of the moon? How did the moon change? And then going back to our question about if this is fiction or nonfiction, remember that fiction is fake. That means that this story is not real. If it is nonfiction, that means it is not fake, which means that this story is real. So think about some of these story elements that we had in this story. Our characters, Monica and Papa, our setting. Our setting was at the house and then Papa being in the sky. So we have a few different settings which you can have per different story that you read. There's not always just one setting. It can take place in multiple places. Thinking more about our setting, it also takes place at night. If I go to flip back through the pages to use the pictures as evidence for me to understand the story better, I can understand that some of the story takes place at night because the stars are out and the moon is out. But some of it also takes place during the day, where you can see that the sky is a lot lighter. So we have our characters, we have our setting, we had our problem. The problem was that they couldn't get the moon down, right? Monica wanted Papa to get the moon for her, and he couldn't. He had to wait until the moon shrunk and got smaller and smaller and smaller. Ultimately, that was our solution, how the problem was solved. The moon got smaller and smaller. Papa was able to climb down his ladder with the moon, and Monica was able to get exactly what she wanted, which was to play with the moon. I hope that you all enjoyed this story. Papa, please get the moon for me. I look forward to seeing you all in the hallways, asking how you liked the book, and to see if you were able to answer some of my questions that I had. Have fun reading and enjoy the rest of our day today with Read Across America.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Miss Anzola, and I am so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. Voy a leerles hoy un libro muy bonito en español. Quiero que piensen por un momento en alguna persona que de pronto extrañas mucho de tu país, una persona que está lejos, porque esta es una linda historia acerca de la familia y de cómo nos conectamos con esas personas que amamos y que están allá en nuestro país y que tal vez tú viniste aquí a América, a Estados Unidos, y ellos se encuentran lejos de ti. Entonces este libro es un libro familiar, espero que lo disfruten mucho. El libro se llama Con mucho amor, escrito por Jenny Torres Sánchez, ilustrado por André Selin. Con mucho amor para todos ustedes. Para Francesca, mi estrellita, y para cualquiera que alguna vez haya extrañado a alguien. Para mi familia y todos quienes se sienten en su casa mirando las estrellas. Rocío tenía un nuevo hogar, pero extrañaba mucho su otro hogar, la casita donde vivía con abuela, tía Rosa y sus primos. Extrañaba la tiendita donde su abuelita vendía frutas y verduras frescas, pan dulce y paletas hechas de sandía, mango y crema de coco. Rocío visitaba la tiendita todos los días. Abuela siempre cantaba: «Hola, mi amor». Su voz resonaba como una flauta lejana. A veces Rocío cerraba sus ojos e imaginaba que estaba de nuevo en la tienda de abuelita. El olor de chiles picantes y azúcar quemada bailaban en su nariz y la voz suave de abuela tocaba en sus oídos. Oía también el furufurufú de las piñatas que colgaban del techo. Rocío extrañaba esas piñatas que abuela hacía y cómo al caminar por la tiendita se meneaban y susurraban. También extrañaba los ricos dulces hechos de mermelada, dulce de leche y fruta que caían de ellas en todas las celebraciones. Si solo le hubiera pedido a abuela que le hiciera una piñata para decorar su nuevo dormitorio en los Estados Unidos. Rocío extrañaba otras cosas también. Los buñuelos lloviznados con miel que abuela hacía para todos y el café tan dulce que abuela hacía solamente para ella. Extrañaba las tortillas que preparaba la abuela, calientitas y con su olor dulce y fresco, como la tierra húmeda después de una lluvia suave. Extrañaba la linda canción de su lenguaje. Extrañaba la hora de acostarse cuando junto con abuela miraban hacia el cielo negro, repleto y espolvoreado con estrellas. Más que todo, le hacía falta abuela. Rocío levantó la mirada hacia el cielo nocturno desde la ventana de su nuevo hogar. Estaba lleno de estrellas también. Rocío buscó la estrella más brillante y le pidió un deseo. En la mañana, Rocío se despertó con mamá, papá, su hermano y su hermana cantando las mañanitas. Rocío sonreía mientras cantaban sobre la belleza de la mañana en que ella nació. Luego mamá señaló a una caja y dijo: «Recibiste un paquete por correo esta mañana». Rocío brincó de su cama y corrió hacia el paquete. Reconoció inmediatamente la escritura torcida de abuela, con mucho amor. Adentro encontró una estrella deslumbrante hecha de papel, brillante y rizado. Flámulas brillosas colgaban de sus puntas. Rocío la sacó y sus ojos se llenaron de lágrimas. Por debajo de ella notó otro paquete más pequeño. Una toalla tejida con su nombre, Rocío. Rocío cerró sus ojos y acercó la toalla a su mejilla. Un olor dulce como tierra húmeda tocó su nariz. Adentro encontró tortillas perfectamente formadas por las manos de abuela. Luego notó el último regalo, una foto de abuela, tía y sus primos sosteniendo una pancarta enfrente de la tienda de abuela. ¡Feliz cumpleaños, Rocío! Miren qué pancarta tan bonita le envió su abuela. Rocío besó la foto y recordó la estrella de la noche anterior, la cual le había pedido un deseo. Abuela la escogió del cielo y se la envió. Esa noche la piñata colgaba sobre la cama de Rocío. La foto estaba colgada en la mesita de noche. Rocío le sopló un beso tierno a su abuela. Y miró cómo viajó fuera de su ventana, por la noche, atravesando el cielo lleno de estrellas, llegando a caer en casa sobre la mejilla de abuela, con mucho amor. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed this book. Thank you for reading along with me today. Keep exploring books because reading can take you anywhere. Enjoy the rest of Read Aloud Marathon. Happy Read Across America Day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was such a good one. I am gonna just finish our Jack and the Beanstalk story while we wait for our next reader because we only have one more page left. If you missed it, what's happened so far is that Jack sold his cow to a beggar and he got 2 magic beans that the beggar said was going to give him all the riches that he could imagine. And his mom got super mad at him. She threw the beans out, but then a huge beanstalk grew and Jack kept climbing up and he's been stealing things from the giant that lives at the top of the beanstalk. So I think you can probably already predict what's going to happen next, but next we saw that he is listening to the harp. Let's see here, where were we? Jack crawled out of the tub and shook himself dry. He climbed up the table and took the singing harp under his arm. Surely a magical harp like this would make him the richest man in town. When Jack reached the front door, the harp song stopped. Afraid that this might wake up the giant, Jack began to run. The harp started to shout. "Help!" it yelled. "This tiny man is stealing me!" The giant woke up with a start, just in time to see Jack and the harp through the doorway. Jack ran with his harp and he did not look back. The rumble of the clouds was enough for him to know that the giant was close behind. He reached the beanstalk and began climbing down, with the harp crying in his ear and the giant getting closer. When he reached the bottom, he called to his mother, "Quick, give me an axe!" Jack chopped the beanstalk until it started to tip over. "Push," he said. The beanstalk toppled over with the giant on it. He crashed to his death in the fields nearby. Jack's mother hugged him, happy that he was safe. Jack knew that he shouldn't have risked his life like that. He was content and wealthy for the rest of his days, glad to never see a beanstalk again. There's the picture of the giant falling down. My friends, do you think that was very fair? Do you think that was a very nice story? Jack stole so many things from the giant, and then at the end, the giant fell down and he died because Jack chopped down the beanstalk. What a tale of greed. And that's just when you want more than you have. He took all those things from Jack.
All right, I'm gonna pause for a few minutes. We have another reader coming in just a couple minutes, so I'm gonna check on them, and I'll be back with another story in just a little bit. For our next reader. So while we wait, I'm going to read The Pout Pout Fish in the Big Big Dark. This is actually my son's favorite book, so I had to bring it with me to read it to you today. It's written by Deborah Deason, and the pictures are by Dan Hanna. So the author is the person that writes the words in the book, is Deborah Deason, and the pictures, the illustrator who drew all the pictures in the book, is Dan Hanna. And if our next reader arrives while I'm reading, then we'll just pause it and I'll finish it after they read. The Pout Pout Fish in the Big Big Dark. And this is a rhyming book, so which makes it kind of fun to read. I always love a rhyming book. A doozy of a drowsy made Miss Clam yawn. Then a big current whooshed and her pearl was gone. Oh, yay. Okay, so our next reader is here. So I'm gonna pause this and we will finish reading in just a little bit, okay? I'm gonna put this one right here.
Okay. Good afternoon, boys and girls and teachers and staff. Happy Read Across America Day. I'm excited to be here with you all. Thank you, Miss Metroka and Mr. Tony and Mr. Hendershot for putting this together for us. What an awesome, awesome day. I've been walking around different classrooms and watching everyone kind of read to Westgate Elementary School, and it's been just a great, great day. My name is Principal Mejia, so all of you know who I am, I hope. I get really, really shy in front of cameras, even though I'm not a shy person, but this is pretty intimidating here. We have a nice big green screen back here, and it's a little scary in here. So thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here. Today, I want to read a very, very, very special book. I don't even know where the camera is. I guess over here. This book is called The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. And I remember reading this book for the very first time, I think when I was in second grade. My second grade teacher read it to the class, and it really, resonated with me. I remember her sitting on a rocking chair similar to this one, and we were all sitting on the rug. And the story has some meaning behind some of the words, and some might say that it's more appropriate the older you are in elementary school, the more you will understand it. Let's see if you guys can
really get a gist of what the story is trying to tell us. I hope you enjoy it as much as I did when I was younger, and still do, because I purchased this book for my kids. We have it at home. The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. Once there was a tree. And she loved a little boy. So there's that tall tree, and the little boy is off to the corner here. And every day the boy would come. There's our boy. And he would gather her leaves. And make them into crowns and play king of the forest. He would climb up her trunk. Hopefully you can see him climbing up there on the trunk. Do you see him? He's behind the tree. And swing from her branches. There he is, swinging away. And eat apples. And they would play hide and go seek. There's the tree and there's the boy. They're playing hide and go seek. And when he was tired, he would sleep in her shade. Aww. And the boy loved the tree. He loved the tree very much, and the tree was happy. But time went by. Oh, look at the boy. He's not very much a boy anymore. You see how tall he's gotten? He's grown older. Time went by. And the boy grew older. There he is. And the tree was often alone. Oh no. Then one day, the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, "Come, boy, come and climb up my trunk, and swing from my branches, and eat apples, and play in my shade, and be happy." "I am too big to climb and play," said the boy. "I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. Can you give me some money?" "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have no money. I have only leaves and apples. Take my apples, boy, and sell them in the city. Then you will have money and you will be happy." Wow, what a generous tree. So she's giving him the apples so he can sell the apples in the city and make some money, because he's older now and he wants money to buy things. And so the boy climbed up the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away, and the tree was happy. So there he is, climbing up the trunk, gathering the apples, and the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. And then one day the boy came back, and the tree shook with joy, and she said, "Come, boy, come, climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy." "I am too busy to climb trees," said the boy. "I want a house to keep me warm," he said. "I want a wife and I want children, and so I need a house. Can you give me a house?" "I have no house," said the tree. "The forest is my house, but you may cut off my branches and build a house, then you will be happy." So again, there's the boy, or I guess on this side, there's the boy. He's He's a grown man now, we can see, and he wants a house. The tree, once again, is offering her branches to build a home. All she wants is for him to be happy, it seems. And so the boy cut off the branches and carried them away to build his house. And the tree was happy. Uh-oh. So no more branches, no more apples. Ay, ay, ay. But the boy stayed away again for a long time. And when he came back, the tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Come, boy, come," she whispered. "Come and play." "I am too old and sad to play," said the boy. "I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Can you give me a boat?" "Cut down my trunk and make a boat," said the tree. "Then you can sail away and be happy." So now the boy is an old man and he wants a boat. And the tree, once again, is offering her trunk. And so the boy cut down her trunk and made a boat and sailed away. Oh no! Look at the tree. And the tree was happy, but not really. Look at what's left. And after a long time, the boy came back again. "I am sorry, boy," said the tree, "but I have nothing left to give you. My apples are gone. My teeth are too weak for apples," said the boy. "My branches are gone," said the tree. "You cannot swing on them. I'm too old to swing on branches," said the boy. "My trunk is gone," said the tree. "You cannot climb. I'm too tired to climb," said the boy. "I am sorry," sighed the tree. "I wish I could give you something, but I have nothing left. I am just an old stump. I am sorry." So look at the boy. Now he's really an older man, right? And the tree has nothing left. She's just an old stump. "I don't need very much now," said the boy. "Just a quiet place to sit and rest. I am very tired." "Well," said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could. "Well, an old stump is good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit down and rest." And the boy did. There he is, resting on the stump. And the tree was happy. The end. All right, so this story always gets me a little emotional. I want to thank everybody for reading along with me today. I hope you keep enjoying and exploring new books. This particular author, he writes a lot of poetry. Your teachers might have his book in your classroom library, or maybe you can borrow more books by this author in the media center. Again, enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy the Read Aloud Marathon. Happy Read Across America Day. Thank you, Westgate.
All right, we have a very special guest from first grade. This is Christian Hartland, and he's going to read to us from Miss Adu's class. He's going to read, what book are you reading today?
So today I'm going to be reading Ride, Fry Guy, Ride.
Good job. I'm going to tilt the camera down a little bit. There you go. Okay, go ahead and read.
Ride, Fry Guy, Ride by Ken Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz. Chapter 1. One day, Dad said, Who wants to go for a ride? We do, said Buzz and Fly Guy. Everyone buckled up. Everyone buckled up. Dad said, then they hit the road with the windows now. Buzz stuck his hand out the window and pretended it was an airplane. Steady wind blew in the car and came Fly Guy out of the window and into a person's truck. Chapter 2. Follow that truck, cried Buzz. Gluck. Meanwhile, in the truck, Fly Guy tumbled into the truck driver's mouth. Pooh! The truck driver spit Fly Guy out the window and into a person's motorboat. Fly Guy jumped overboard. Follow that boat, cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the boat, Fly Guy saw a man putting a bug on a big hook. Fly Guy jumped overboard and onto a person's circus train. Follow that train, cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the train, Fly Guy surprised a sleepy elephant. The elephant blew him off the train onto an airplane. Follow that airplane, cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the airplane, a pilot saw Fly Guy and turned on the wipers. Follow that, follow Fly Guy, cried Buzz. Just then, a rocket walked right up from the ground. Chapter 3. Follow that rocket, cried Buzz. Buzz and Dad landed the rocket. Raced into space. Will Fly Guy survive? Asked Buzz. Yes, Fly Guy, you're here, cried Buzz. The rocket did not take you to space. Show him the picture. Show him the picture. Dad said, let's ride home, and Fly Guy said, more rides.
Thank you so much, Carter. Isn't he an amazing reader? In first grade, way to go. If you're in your classroom, give him a little round of applause because he did so awesome. Thanks, Carter. All right, our next reader is here.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Mrs. Jacobs, and I am so excited to be here as a part of our Read Aloud Marathon today, or Read Across America. So I'm a first grade dual language on the English side teacher. So today I'm going to be reading the book The City Mouse and the Country Mouse, and I hope you're going to enjoy it. Before we start, I'd like you to think about a time where you really thought that somebody's life was maybe better than yours. Okay, so I'm going to start it now. I visited my dear cousin Kate, who lives in the country. It was a big change for me because I live in the city. However, perhaps change is a good thing. I was eager for new adventures. See the log cabin? And this is where Kate is one of his cousin, and this little mouse lives in this log cabin. Kate worked hard from morning to night, gathering berries and nuts. Her home was inside a plain old log. At night, it was so quiet, I couldn't sleep. Country life was boring. I thought Kate needed some excitement, so I invited her to visit my city home. So right now, the two cousins in the story, Kate is a little bored and she wants a little more excitement because Clyde is the narrator who is the city mouse. So this is Kate gathering berries. Okay, working hard. And again, first person narrator is Clyde, the city mouse. I visited my dear cousin Clyde, who lives in a fancy house in the city. When he led me into the dining room, I could hardly believe my eyes. There were breads, cheeses, and fruits on the table. It was a feast and everything looked delicious. So look at all this in the city. Clyde had so much food on the table, and you didn't even have to work for it. As we began eating, two huge cats appeared. We dashed into a small hole and hid. My heart was pounding. When they left, Clyde continued eating, watching out for the cats. I, however, headed home, where it's safe and peaceful. Clyde didn't understand why. I explained, different folks like different things. So, there was a lot of challenges. Even though there was all this food and a fancy feast, there were these two big cats. And Kate was really, really worried because the cat look at the cat going on the table. And the cat, it was dangerous for Kate. So she couldn't wait to go home. So this is a fable because it's told by animals, and the narrator is Clyde, the city mouse, and it's a great book. And I would say that the moral of the story is sometimes other people's lives are not as great as you think it is. So she was so grateful at the end of the story because Kate went home to a simple life in the country, because she didn't have to worry about being eaten by those two big cats. So this is just a version of the benchmark. There are many versions of the story, but again, I like the benchmark because it has a lot of pictures. If you like the story, you can go to the library and get, I think it's called The Town, City, and Country Mouse. There's different versions. The author is a Greek author. His name is Asiope, which is not in the benchmark version. And there's great pictures in this. So again, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the story.
I am back. We've had some really great readers today, haven't we? I'm going to take my green sweater off so I don't blend in with the background. All right. I had started reading The Pout Pout Fish in the Big Big Dark, a really fun rhyming picture book. So I'm going to continue reading that now. I was even on the first page still. Perfect. A doozy of a drowsy made Miss Clam yawn. Then a big current whooshed and her pearl was gone. Her pearl, did you know that clams, the clam has a pearl inside of it and she lost it. Mr. Fish swam forth. Miss Clam, don't weep. I will find your pearl, that's a promise I'll keep. He swooped through the water, swishing close to the sand, and he eyed every inch of the busy bottom land. Do you think he's gonna find it? I don't know. He found a mucky marble where he thought the pearl might be. Then a hidden voice whispered, "It's further out to sea." So he swam a little deeper, where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. Do you know what grimmer means? To grow grim means he's getting sad. He's getting discouraged that he can't find it. I'm fast as a sailfish, I'm strong as a shark. I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. Are any of you scared of the dark? He kept on searching all along the ocean floor, through a reef, through a wreck, swimming far from the shore. Mr. Fish felt a poach on his hope. Then a whisper from before said, "It's down beyond the slope." Who do you think is whispering? So he swam a little deeper where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. I'm fast as a sailfish, I'm strong as a shark, I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. A whirl of wiggly worms made a search team swirl, and they helped with the hunt for the gone pearl. But nothing was discovered. Mr. Fish felt despair. Then that soft voice whispered, "In the trench, check there." So he swam a little deeper, where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. I'm fast as a sailfish, I'm strong as a shark, I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. I won't keep swimming in this deep black. I know I made a promise, but this fish is heading back. Then a whisper, now familiar, whisked away his dread. You can do it, Mr. Fish, her sweet voice said. Though there wasn't any light, not the smallest slim glimmer, Mr. Fish felt braver. Ooh, you guys, can you see that? It is so dark. Someone is helping him, though. He was cheered on by Miss Shimmer. 2 are faster than a sailfish. 2 are stronger than a shark. 2 are smarter than a dolphin. 2 are bigger than the dark. So they swam down together, holding fin to fin, when suddenly, amazingly, do you remember what they're looking for? The pearl. For who? For Miss Clam. Light shone in. Mr. Fish said yes. Miss Shimmer shouted, yay! There's Miss Clam's pearl. Hooray! Hooray! Do you see that fish right there? Did you know at the bottom of the ocean there are fish who can glow in the dark so they can see? Now in this picture he has a lantern on his head, but really there are some fish that glow in the dark. Oh, they smooched Mr. Lantern. Ew. They kissed him because they're so happy. Then they smiled as they swam, weaving back through the water to a happy Mrs. Clam. Miss Clam, not Mrs. There's a difference. Miss means she's not married. The whole gang gathered, feeling glorious and proud, and they swam in a circle as they sang out loud. The ocean is wide and the ocean is deep, but friends help friends, that's a promise that we keep. We are bigger, yes bigger, always big, big, bigger than the dark. The end. Not only is this such a great story about how we can conquer our fears and we can do things that we're afraid of, but it's also a really great story of friendship, because I think you saw that Mr. Fish was pretty scared of the dark, but Miss Glimmer made him feel not so scared, right? And they got help from their friend Mr. Lantern too. So, such a great story. Pout pout fish. Okay, I'm going to run and check and see if our next volunteer is here. And if not, then I think I'm going to read a little bit of The Wild Robot, which is a really wonderful chapter book. I think some of you guys started reading this at the beginning of the year if you're in the upper grades. And you know the movie just came out, so it's really a good, you should always read the book before the movie because the book is always better. So I'm going to go check on our volunteer, and if they're not here, then we'll start reading The Wild Robot. Just a couple pages from it, though. Not the whole thing, right? That would take too long. Looks like we're reading at least a chapter of The Wild Robot by Peter Brown. Chapter 1, The Ocean. I should probably tell you what this book is about. Let's read the inside so that you know if you want to check it out or not. It says, can a robot survive in the wilderness? When robot Roz opens her eyes for the first time, she discovers that she's alone on a remote, wild island. She has no idea how she got there or what her purpose is, but she knows that she needs to survive. After battling a fierce storm and escaping a vicious bear attack, she realizes that her only hope for survival is to adapt to her surroundings and learn from the island's unwelcoming animal inhabitants. As Roz slowly... Do you think it's Roz or Rose? I should probably Google it. I think it might be Rose. Rose makes more sense. R-O-Z. We're going to say Rose. If I had seen the movie, then I would know. As Rose slowly befriends the animals, the island starts to feel like home until one day the robot's mysterious past comes back to haunt her. Sounds good. Did you guys know that you can do that for any book that you see in the library or anywhere else? It's always great to read a summary before you decide if you want to read it or not. That way you know if it's interesting or if it's going to be super boring. So on the back, either on the back of chapter books right here, or if it has like this crinkly cover, then the summary, which is just going to tell you a little bit about what the book is about, it's on the inside flap and you guys can read through it. So that's a really good tip for when you guys are browsing for books. You can even do it for picture books. Picture books, which are, you know, are big ones that don't have as much, as many words. I think this might be longer than the book itself. But the summary is always on the inside flap or on the back of the book. And that's always a good thing to do if you're deciding if you want to read a book or not. The Wild Robot. And the dedication here, which is this page right here, the dedication shows what the author is writing the story for. This one says, "To the robots of the future." Cute. Chapter 1, The Ocean. Our story begins on the ocean, with wind and rain and thunder and lightning and waves. A hurricane roared and raged through the night, and in the middle of the chaos, a cargo ship was sinking down, down, down to the ocean floor. The ship left hundreds of crates floating on the surface, but as the hurricane thrashed and swirled and knocked them around, the crates also began sinking into the depths. One after another, they were swallowed up by the waves until only 5 crates remained. By morning, the hurricane was gone. There were no clouds, no ships, no land in sight. There was only calm water and clear skies and those 5 crates lazily bobbing along an ocean current. Days passed, and then a smudge of green appeared on the horizon. As the crates drifted closer, the soft green shape slowly sharpened into the hard edges of a wild, rocky island. The first crate rode to shore on a tumbling, rumbling wave and then crashed against the rocks with such force that the whole thing burst apart. Now, reader, what I haven't mentioned is that tightly packed inside each crate was a brand new robot. The cargo ship had been transporting hundreds of them before it was swept up in the storm. Now only 5 robots were left. Actually, only 4 were left, because when that first crate crashed against the rocks, the robot inside shattered to pieces. The same thing happened to the next crate. It crashed against the rocks and robot parts flew everywhere. Then it happened to the next crate and the next, and robot limbs and torsos were flung onto the ledges. A robot head splashed into a tide pool. A robot foot skittered into the waves. And then came the last crate. It followed the same path as the others, but instead of crashing against the rocks, it sloshed against the remains of the first 4 crates. Pretty soon, more waves were heaving it up out of the water. It soared through the air, spinning and glistening until it slammed down on a tall shelf of rock. The crate was cracked and crumpled, but the robot inside was safe. That's pretty incredible. I just think I need to read another chapter. Why not? Chapter 2, The Otters. Do you guys know what otters are? I should show you the picture first. Otters are little sea creatures, right? They're smaller than seals, smaller than walruses. Otters. I usually think of otters as being in the river, but they must be in the ocean too. The otters. The island's northern shore had become something of a robot grave site. Scattered across the rocks were the broken bodies of 4 dead robots. They sparkled in the early morning light, and their sparkles caught the attention of some very curious creatures. If you were listening, you already know what the creatures are. Yes, they were otters. Sea otters! A gang of sea otters was romping through the shallows when one of them noticed the sparkling objects. The otters all froze. They raised their noses to the wind, but they smelled only the sea, so they cautiously crept over the rocks to take a closer look. The gang slowly approached a robot torso. The biggest otter stuck out his paw, swatted the heavy thing, and quickly jumped back, but nothing happened. So they wiggled over to a robot hand. Another brave otter stuck out her paw and flipped the hand over. It made a lovely clinking sound on the rocks, and the otters squeaked with delight. They spread out and played with robot arms and legs and feet. More hands were flipped. One of the otters discovered a robot head in a tide pool, and they all dove in and took turns rolling it along the bottom. Otters are kind of a playful animal if you've never seen them before. So they are playing with the robot parts. They spotted something else too. Overlooking the gravesite was the one surviving crate. Its sides were scraped and dented, and a wide gash ran across its top. The otters scampered up the rocks and climbed onto the big box. 10 furry faces poked through the gash, eager to see what was inside. What they saw was another brand new robot. But this robot was different. It was different from the others. It was still in one piece, and it was surrounded by spongy packing foam. The otters reached through the gash and tore at the foam. It was so soft and squishy. They squeaked as they snatched at the fluffy stuff. Shreds of it floated away on the sea breeze, and in all the excitement, one of their paws accidentally slapped an important little button on the back of the robot's head. Click. It took a while for the otters to realize that something was happening inside the crate. But a moment later, they heard it, a low whirring sound. Everyone stopped and stared. And then the robot opened her eyes. Okay, I gotta keep reading. Chapter 3, the robot. The robot's computer brain booted up. Her programs began coming online, and then, still packed in her crate, she automatically started to speak. Hello, I am Razum Unit 7134, but you may actually call me Rose. While my robotic systems are activating, I will tell you about myself. Once fully activated, I will be able to move and communicate and learn. Simply give me a task, and I will complete it. Over time, I will find better ways of completing my tasks. I will become a better robot. When I am not needed, I will stay out of the way and keep myself in good working order. Thank you for your time. I am now fully activated. Sounds a lot like AI to me. Artificial intelligence. Chapter 4, the robot hatches. There's Rose. Or is it Roz? I'm pretty sure it's Rose. I'm gonna look it up later though. As you might know, robots don't really feel emotions. Not the way animals do. And yet, as she sat in her crumpled crate, Rose felt something like curiosity. She was curious about the warm ball of light shining down from above. What do you think that is? Think about it, the warm light shining down from above. Her computer brain went to work, and she identified the light. It was the sun. The robot felt her body absorbing the sun's energy. With each passing minute, she felt more awake. When her battery was good and full, Rose looked around and realized that she was packed inside a crate. She tried to move her arms, but they were restrained by cords. So she applied more force. The motors in her arms hummed a little louder, and then the cords snapped. Then she lifted her hands and pulled apart the crate. Like a hatchling breaking from a shell, Rose climbed out into the world. I already showed you, but now you have a picture in your brain for what's happening. She's breaking out. I think that the sun might give her power. Let's see, what time is it? Maybe we should read one more chapter, and then I should stop. And we should read something different, because really I want you to choose to read this on your own. Chapter 5. Okay, this, I promise, so good. But this is my last chapter. The robot gravesite. Those otters were now hiding behind a rock. Their round heads nervously poked up, and they watched as a sparkling monster emerged from the crate. The monster slowly turned her head as she scanned the coastline. Her head turned and turned all the way around, and it didn't stop turning until she was looking right at the otters. Hello, otters. My name is Rose. The robot's voice was simply too much for the skittish creatures. The biggest otter squeaked, and the whole gang suddenly took off. They galloped back across the robot gravesite, flopped into the ocean, and raced through the waves just as fast as they could go.
Rose watched the otters go, but her eyes lingered on the sparkling objects that littered the shore. The objects looked strangely familiar. The robot swung her left leg forward, then her right, and just like that, she was taking her very first steps. She stomped away from her crate and over the rocks and through the gravesite until she was standing above a broken robot body. She leaned in and noticed the word rosum lightly etched on the torso. She noticed the same word on all the torsos, including her own. Rose continued exploring the gravesite until a playful little ocean wave washed over the rocks. She automatically stepped away from it. Then a bigger wave sloshed toward her and she stepped away again. And then a gigantic wave crashed over the rocks and engulfed the entire gravesite. Heavy water pounded against her body and knocked her to the ground. And her damage sensors flared for the first time. A moment later, the wave was gone and Rose lay there, dripping and dented and surrounded by dead robots. Rose could feel her survival instincts, the part of her computer brain that made her want to avoid danger and take care of herself so she could continue functioning properly. Her instincts were urging her to move away from the ocean. She carefully got to her feet and saw... Oh, are you here to read? Oh, good. Okay. I am just going to finish up this later, but you know what? You guys are going to have to borrow this book after I'm done with it because I just really need to finish reading it, I think. I'm on chapter 6, and I think we have another copy in the library that you can borrow. All right, we're going to pause for just a second. We have a guest reader here, and I am going to give her the lay of the land. Just a minute. Yeah, just go ahead and sit down. Leave this here, and then I can leave my... Yeah, of course. All right.
Hello, Westgate Elementary. My name is Mrs. Simon, and I'm so excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon to read across America. I work as a specialist ESOL for dual language Creole at the Multicultural department, and I love sharing the joy of reading with students like you. Today, I will be reading Analia à classe sirène. Have you ever been in an adventure? This book, the author is Riva Neril Presil. I'm going to read it in Creole for all the students who can understand Creole. Auteur livre ça, c'est Riva Presil. Illustrateur, moun qui fait dessin, c'est Rodney Sanon. Voilà, c'était une petite fille qui relait Anaël. Anaël vive avec maman li, papa et puis petit frère li qui relait Nicolas. Yo habite dans une belle caille dans ville Jacmel. Gade là n'a pour belle caille Anaël dans ville Jacmel. Papa Anaël c'est un artiste. Il fait belle marque sans papier mâché pour Mardi Gras chaque année. Maman vend toute qualité chapeau pays qui fait en paille. Nicolas, petit frère là, remet football, c'est gardien quand il joue. Mais Anaël lui-même, c'est chanter, il remet chanter. N'a gardé là, n'a pour papa Anaël qui fait belle max, maman qui fait chapeau, Anaël qui chanter avec petit frère qui jouer football. Un jour dimanche matin, après l'église, Anaël avec quelques petits amis décidé à promener bol en mer. Avant d'y aller, maman lui dit: Anaël, faites attention, pral gen une tempête après-midi. Pas aller trop près de l'eau. Et puis Anaël répondit: D'accord, mamie. Pendant Anaël a marché avec Zanmilio sous plage là, gen yon gros papavan qui passe. Switch! Et puis, li ale avec chapeau préféré Anaël là. Oh non! Mais vent prend chapeau maman m'te fait cadeau. Anaël essayait courir derrière. Mais li te gen tan trop tard. Anaël obligé résigner entre la Kali sans chapeau. Le Anaël rive la Kali, maman li mande, Anaël, côté chapeau. Moi perdi sous plage là. Anaël répondit. Mais Anaël a fait effort pour pas crier. Ou pas besoin crier petite moi. Kounya chapeau nan main la sirène yo. M'a fait une lot qui pi belle toujours pour vous. Anaël saisit la sirène. Gen sirène tout bon vrai alors. Mais oui chérie, gen yon l'autre monde en bas de l'eau. Nous-mêmes, nous pas ouais. Anaël pas qu'à suspendre penser sous sa maman t'a dit liya. Li posait tête li question. Est-ce que vraiment possible pour se nommer la sirène nan chapeau nan ye? Li décidé pour aller tourner dans la mer demain si Dieu veut pour la vérifier. Jou ça, li rêvé chapeau là nan men yon belle la sirène cheveux rouges. Lié. Nan demain vraiment, les Anaël saute l'école, li allait sous plage là à tout uniforme qui était sous lia, sans pas dire personne ça. Li rive sous plage là. Li pa wè ki jan pou ta fait pour li entrer aller joindre la sirène yo. Li chita sous sabla et puis li commençait chanter. La sirène, la baleine, chapeau me tombé dans la mer. La sirène, la baleine, chapeau me tombé dans la mer. C'est ouais, Anaël, ouais, de l'eau a commencé à monter bien haut devant. Gen yon ti lambi qui paraît qui dit. Ou qu'elle est pas de connaître ti musique ça ou saute chanter ya, c'est barrière en bas de l'eau l'ouvrir ou mettre entrer à chercher chapeau là. Merci, monsieur Lambi, Anaël répondit. Et puis, Anaël entrait en bas, tonnel de l'eau. Premier saliwè dans de l'eau, c'est deux gros la baleine. Li dit yo, bonjour, monsieur ak madame la baleine. Chapeau me tombé dans la mer. Est-ce que nous ka aider moi? Monsieur la baleine répondit, oui. C'est dans palais la sirène yo wap jwenn tout sac perdu dans de l'eau. Continuez tout droit sous tout ça et puis wap wè yon gros marché. Après marché ya wap wè palais ya. Merci en pile. Anaël répond yo. Anaël continue marcher sur route là juste li rive dans marché ya. Marchand yo vend toute qualité bagay. Sorti dans coquillage, rive dans mango. Sel bagay li pa wè, c'est marchand chapeau. Ça drôle, li dit tête li. Le Anaël fin dépasser marché, li jwen yon gros pied bois dans yon kafou. Li pa kon si pour le faire à gauche, si pour le faire à droite. Li wè yon petit oiseau qui atterrit sous branche pied bois. Et puis Anaël prend chanter. Petits oiseaux dans bois, côté wa pralé, petits oiseaux dans bois, côté wa pralé. Oiseau a répondu. Sinon palais la sirène yo m'pralé oui là. Anaël dit, bon bagay, m'a tout kon route là. Et puis il commençait suivre oiseau. Le yo rive, yo jwenn yon gros bal k'ap fait dans palais. Misikla marché dans sang Anaël. Li remercier oiseau et puis il courir entrer dans palais. Nous ka wè là, palais côté Anaël aller. Koul rive en dedans, li wè même la sirène qui était dans rêve li a. Ak tout chapeau Anaël là dans tête li. Anaël dit li, chapeau ça, qui nan tête ou c'est pour moi lié. C'est maman qui te fait mon cadeau. La sirène nan répond li, oh, excusez-moi, pas de connaître. C'est première fois, j'en m'en ouais yon bagay comme ça. Nous pas un chapeau en bas de l'eau nous-mêmes. Pas de problème. Ou met Kembeli. Maman m'a fait yon lot pour moi. Côté moi sorti a, nous charger chapeau. Mais c'est en pile. Ou femme trop content. Quitte m'ba ou yon cadeau tout. La sirène nan répond ni et puis li retire chapeau dans tête li pour dévoiler une belle petite couronne qui fait à coquillage avec diamant. Anaël saisit tellement couronne nan belle. Anaël dit la sirène nan, mais c'est en pile. Maman pas fâché si ou bon belle couronne ça. Maman la sirène nan paraît et puis il répond à Anaël. Comment pour m'ta fâché Anaël? C'est ou fait petit moyen cadeau bel chapeau ça. Faut que li ba ou yon cadeau tout. En bas de l'eau, ça c'est tradition nous. Comme ou tout là, pour qui ça pas vinn faire yon ti danser nan bal là avec nous avant ou aller. M'ta bien rete danser avec nous. Moi pas gen rad pour me mettre. Nous pas gen problème ça boy ici là. Zili a prêté yon rad nan palais yo. Zili monté dans chambre li et puis li mandé Anaël qui couleur li remet. Anaël dit li, moi remet toute couleur. Vraiment vrai, Zili retire yon robe ak toute belle couleur. Et puis li longe bay li Anaël. Mesdames yo descend nan bal la et puis yo danser jusqu'à yo pas ka danser encore. Les Anaël ou Léa a privé sous li, li salue tout le monde et puis li remercier Zili pour toute bagaille. Mais kounya l'a demandé tête li, qui j'aime pral faire entrer la caille moins les ça. Et puis c'est comme ça li vinn songer ça monsieur l'ambite dit li, qui donc Anaël prend chanter. La sirène, la baleine, chapeau tombé dans la mer. La sirène, la baleine, chapeau tombé dans la mer. Les Anaël levé dans dormi, li saisi ouais, c'est dans cabane li lié. Li tombé relé. Maman, maman. Maman courir entrer dans chambre là. Qui ça ou gagné un petit moi? Anaël racontait maman tout ça qui t'est arrivé en bas de l'eau. Mais chérie, qui l'a temps fait tout pour ça? T'es quoi c'est dormi ou t'as dormi? M'tal dans la mer directement après l'école. Après l'école, jodi a c'est dimanche lié. Al pare ou pour aller l'église. Pita m'a fait un autre chapeau qui plus belle toujours pour vous. Anaël par contre ça pour le dire. Li résigné al benye. Li pas plaidé avec maman. Mais dans quel Anaël, li connaît li pote couronne zilia sous tête li tout côté là li. Les Anaël rivé devant une glace, li ouais couronne zilia sous tête li. Mes amis, gardez ces pas de menti. Quel aime talent bas doigt vraiment vrai. M'espérer nous aimer ti histoire ça. Son belle histoire Anaël te rêvé pour t'alouer la sirène, m'partager la avec nous. Merci nous te li avec jodi a, n'a continuer li en pile nouveau livre que nous aimons. Merci en pile. Bye bye, passez bonne journée.
I'll do like a little wrap up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was great. I mean, no, but it was beautiful to listen to. Oh my God.
Hi, Westgate. My name is Miss Torres, and I'm very excited to be here today as part of your Read Aloud Marathon for Read Across America. I work as a SLP, the Speech and Language Pathologist, and I will be sharing the joy of reading. This book is actually one of my favorite children's books called Knuffle Bunny. A Cautionary Tale by Mo Williams. Not so long ago, before she could even speak words, Trixie went on an errand with her daddy. So here's a dad, here's Trixie, and here's Mom waving goodbye. Trixie and her daddy went down the block, through the park, past the school, and into the laundromat. Trixie helped her daddy put the laundry into the machine. Here she is, somewhat helping her dad. She even got to put the money into the machine. He lifted her up so she could put the coins inside. Then they left. But a block or so later, Trixie realized something. Uh-oh. She looks terrified. Trixie turned to her daddy and said, "Aggle flaggle clapple." "That's right," replied her daddy. "We're going home." She still looks a little worried. "Aggle flaggle clapple," said Trixie again. "Blaggle plaggle, wubbly flabbly, snurp." "Now please don't get fussy," said her daddy. Well, she had no choice. Trixie bawled. She went boneless. She did everything she could to show how unhappy she was. By the time they got home, her daddy was unhappy too. As soon as Trixie's mommy opened the door, she asked, "Where's Knuffle Bunny?" The whole family ran down the block and they ran through the park. They zoomed past the school and into the laundromat. Trixie's daddy looked for the Knuffle Bunny and looked and looked and looked. But Knuffle Bunny was nowhere to be found. So Trixie's daddy decided to look harder until Knuffle Bunny! And those were the first words Trixie ever said. The end. Thank you for reading along with me today and keep exploring new books. Happy Read Across America Day. Bye, you guys.
All right, you guys, that brings us to the end of our very first Read Aloud Marathon. I had so much fun listening to so many amazing books today and reading so many amazing books. And I hope this becomes a tradition that we can celebrate every year. Just so you know, Read Across America is one day, but a lot of people celebrate it the whole week. So this week, maybe think about some different ways that you can celebrate reading and just the love of literacy, and, you know, make sure you pick a book up and you read it. You know, go to your public library, go to the regular library, get a book that you're interested in. Make sure that you're reading the summaries before you check it out. See if it's too easy for you, too hard for you. And, you know, if you think that you don't like reading right now, maybe it's just because you haven't found the right book. So just keep reading, and that's how you're gonna find all those books that you love. All right, guys, thanks for celebrating with me.